You vlog, how you vlog, how doing? Unatumiaje jina gani? Can't see them. You,
You can see me now.
Are you alive? Morning. Unmute your mic. You can hear me now? Dr. Salam? Dr. Salam?
I'm trying. Okay.
Slideshow. Set the slideshow.
Okay.
Good. You are set? Are you set, Dr. Salam?
Hello? It is.
You're set now? Dr. Salam? Dr. Salam?
Sikuski, I can't hear you. I don't know what the problem is. Are you talking? I can't hear you. Good morning. I think I sign out and then I sign in. I'm speaking even now. Can you hear me now? Can you
Yes,
hear
Dr.
me?
Salam.
I'm speaking. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning to you. Go on, Dr. Salam. Go on. Dr. Salam. Can't talk because this is a webinar is a different to be able to talk without interruptions. Yes.
Good morning. Today we are dealing with HR measurements and metrics. It's on now. Okay. The business of today is HR measurements and metrics. And we keep improving. There's a time we took you through HR measurements and metrics, but just like a learning institution, which the academy is, we keep improving the content, and it's a progression, mainly of where we had left the other time. And we are going to do a recap to be able to continue with the training or with the measurements. So the business of today, we are trying to determine and create various HR measurements and metrics. We are trying to use metrics to measure return on investments. We are creating HR measurements and metrics, and why a given organization will want to track different metrics, and a different organization is tracking different HR metrics, because they are not going to be the same for all the organizations. We are going to introduce something that we had not done earlier, which is human resource modeling, and also how to design a human resource scorecard, which is aligned to the overall business scorecard, which we always call the business scorecard, with the 4 key perspectives. We are going to build the metric business case, and also how we are going to turn HR strategies, or we are going to convert mainly analytics into metrics, and deciding what metrics are important to the business. So that is key business of today. And I had an activity for us to do. And what is so important is this activity. I'd want us to caption. Maybe take a minute to caption those pictures, and then give me maybe feedback on what you can, what are your captions. So take 1 minute to caption these pictures, then we can be able to exchange ideas and see what we have. Dennis, can you caption the pictures? Hello? You can hear me? Take a minute to caption, then we can continue. Hello? Okay. So they cannot be able to respond to that now. The way we were engaging last time is not the same. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. I'm sure most of us have different, have captioned the activity differently. So we will come back to it. We are looking at the ants, the way they are there. We are looking some that are working on a teamwork. We have the ones that, the guy that is pushing the other. So in essence, what we are saying is that when you going to do HR metrics analytics, there will be work that will be required and coordination from different departments. The second one where we are building, the ants are building a high activity there, implies therefore that you as a HR department may not be able to carry out HR metrics analytics or carry out the HR measurements in your organization without a teamwork. There's a guy that is pushing the other one out. And what that means, therefore, as we begin this training, is that HR metrics and analytics has challenges that you'll have to mitigate. You may end up tracking measurements that are not relevant to the business. You may end up conflicting with people whom you rely heavily for resources. And therefore, what we are saying is that once you begin to collect information that will help you in human resource measurements and metrics, make sure that you have already mitigated the risks that are involved, so that at the end of the day, you are able to present correct measurements and metrics to the organizations that you belong to. As we continue with these HR measurements and metrics, there are key issues that I expect us to keep in mind throughout this training. Get to know what are the key HR areas. The entire employee circle must be in your mind, from the time of recruitment all the way to the time when you are discharging the employees to join maybe the society out there. So that is very important for us to keep in mind, so that when I'm saying we are tracking the HR metrics across the entire human resource circle, you have an idea of what does it, or what is the key thematic areas of human resource management. A very key foundation for human resource metrics and measurements is the corporate business strategy. You cannot measure HR measurements and metrics unless you cannot measure human resource measurements and metrics unless you understand the business goal. What we are implying here is that you are going to link the people number and the business numbers. Then the level of human resource measurements and metrics that currently exist in your organization, so that you know where are we as we are moving as an organization. We will be looking at the level of maturity of your metrics in your organization, and also what does the HR matrix architecture look like? Now, that is the human resource measurements that we have, the human resource circle that we have. And when you are doing, this is what I call the HR, the key thematic areas of human resource functions, which begin from the HR circle all the way. You go all the way around. So first, we always begin with training, planning. Then we attract and recruit. Then we do training, learning and development. We already have organizations that are very good in learning culture. And the development is all encompassing activity for all the employees in the organization. Then we look at the development mainly in leadership development and coaching. We maintain the workers in the organization, especially through the employee relations activities. Mostly you will also focus on the staff wellness because organizational health or the human capital health is very critical. And I know just like what is happening currently with the COVID-19, the staff wellness and the health and safety of the workers is so critical. And I'm sure there are so many measures. Each and every one of us as a HR practitioner or HR manager is doing. Succession planning and retention is also critical. So once we are discussing all this, we will be able to go around through this entire circle. So the first question, what we are asking is, what is HR measurements? And it implies the effort that we take to establish what is the contribution of the HR department to the overall organizational goals. So we are looking at determining HR effort and contribution across the human resource circle. When you carry out investments in human resource training, or when you carry out recruitment, new recruitments for the employees, you want to know at the end of it, what value did it add to the business of the day or the business of the organization? So we are measuring the effort of all the activities that we undertake, both in terms of monetary figures as well as non-financial measures. So the elements of measurements that we have, mostly we look at the time we are taking to undertake an activity, the time we took to carry out the training, the time we took maybe to carry out recruitment. We are looking at the time that we took to conduct a performance appraisal system across the entire organization. We are also looking at the cost of each of the HR interventions. We carry out a lot of programs and activities in HR, but we want to quantify, when we want to quantify how much cost did we spend. We are looking at the satisfaction, both of the internal client, especially of the internal client on our programs and activities, as well as the external clients. We are looking at performance and productivity. How did the people, or if you brought in the new employees, new engineers, you onboarded new engineers on board. In the first 1 year, you want to see what impact has these new employees created in the entire organization. Other elements of measurements are revenue, as well as satisfaction, which I think I've already mentioned. So the other question, why would we need to measure HR intervention and come up with a matrix? A measurement is purely a matrix that is showing time, cost, satisfaction, performance, and all that in terms of quantifiable figures. The question is, why take the work of carrying out HR measurements? One is contribution. You want to show the value of the HR department or all the activities that you are doing to the organization. So you want to show the value. You're also trying to show or to establish areas that needs improvement. When we carry out HR measurements, it will be able to show us our areas of strength, our areas of weaknesses, we can be able to focus resources to improve on those areas that we are not doing well. Let me give you an example today. We are in the COVID era, and maybe if you already, maybe God forbid, maybe if we already have people who may have contracted the disease in your organization, or you're also looking at the statistics of what is happening around other organizations. And you realize that if you're looking at the range of the organizational structure, and you are asking yourself, where are the cases coming from? Where are more COVID cases coming from? Is it top management? Is it middle level management? Is it lower level management? What are the figures? And how is it impacting on your business? And if you realize maybe they are the drivers or they are the top management, then you need to carry out an intervention. So you're saying you can be able, from the figures that you get, it can show you that maybe you need to improve the immunity, or you need to train a certain group of your workers on risk mitigation measures on COVID. If you find that there is a center, maybe you have about 3 strategic business units in Nairobi. Maybe, for example, let's use the banking sector. You have a branch in Moi Avenue, you have another branch along down the road on the other side of Westlands. Maybe you have another. So the conditions of the workers in all those areas are subjected to the same conditions and environment. But one center could be reporting more cases than the other. And therefore you need to find out, how do we improve? What is it that is happening in another strategic business unit that is not happening in another, so that you can mitigate those issues? The other one is we are looking for opportunity for growth. When we use metrics and analytics, of course, it helps us to make decisions and also to improve on performance. Mostly, we want to give feedback, but our feedback will be so meaningful if we can attach to figures or percentages or accurate measures. We may not get absolute measurements of maybe 100% in terms of figures and metrics, but we can be able to say your performance is at 60%, our emotional intelligent quotient inventory stands at this percentage, and therefore we can be able to improve. You can be able to know the emotional and social competence inventory from different departments, and therefore give them feedback on that. While we are using HR measurements and metrics, it helps us to enhance efficient service delivery because of all those factors that I've earlier mentioned. And Through those measurements, you as a HR manager, a HR practitioner, a HR officer, you can be able to know the organizational health of your organization in terms of employee health, human capital health, culture health, the overall health, even in terms of performance health. So that at the end of the day, you are not just working and we don't know what is the current situation. Why it is important maybe to know the cultural health of your organization, for example, is sometimes you may bring on board top employees, top-notch employees, but at the end of the day, they were performing elsewhere, and maybe you had even taken the pain to poach them and bring them on board. And at the end of the day, today they are not performing, maybe because of the organizational health of the organization. So you need to find out, what is the culture? Is the culture you have is a high-performing culture? Is it a culture that enhances output, teamwork, and all that? And therefore, you may be able to look at, and so as to eliminate a toxic environment. And of course, you want to focus the scarce resources. We all, round the clock, financial resources and all type of resources are scarce. We are told about 85% of the world live on scarce resources, and there's no institution that has a lot of resources. So you want to look at the scarce resources you have, you want to focus it where. And that's why we will be carrying out measurements, or the business why conducts HR measurements and metrics. These are the common metrics that we have. We have lead time to fill a vacancy. We have the cost per hire. So how much did it cost you to hire an employee? If you brought in 60 workers at the beginning of the year, what was the infant attrition rate? That is the rate of turnover within a year. And it will come back to the cost of the vacancy or the cost of the turnover on the other side. You may look that you have spent so much time on recruitment. So what is the quality of the hire, quality of hire ratio? Because you may also find that you have a problem with the people, the new hire performance rate. Absenteeism rate in various departments could be an indicator. So these are HR metrics that people are tracking. You can look at HR cost per employee, looking at how much money is being brought to the organization by the new, the entire workforce, and therefore what is the total cost. So you will be looking at the revenue and the cost. You're looking at the compensation cost per employee also. Training investment factor. Other metrics include the training HR per employee. We are also looking at the intern productivity index. You're looking at how much employees have, the new interns that have come to the organization to learn. What is their productivity? There's even some organizations that are looking at their creativity, percentage of if you look at, if you're mainly in research and development, you're looking at the new inventions. What is the rate or percentage invention rate of the employees vis-a-vis the new inventions that have been brought in by the new interns? Because there are some organizations who are giving the interns the opportunity to come up with new ideas, and they can actually incubate the idea and move forward with it. The other matrix that is mainly being tracked is the human capital value added by employee. You're also looking at turnover, you're looking at merit increase rates, you're looking at the cost of labor per each department, HR spent by each full-time equivalent, you're looking at voluntary separation. All these are some of the metrics, and the engagement index or the sickness rate per department. So these are some of the common metrics that are being tracked throughout the organization. Or these are just a few. We may not be able to exhaust the list of all metrics because studies have shown that there are over 700 metrics that are being tracked currently that exist for HR. But not everybody is going to track the metrics because we are only going to track metrics that are relevant to the organization. Look at the resignation rate, either of top management, top performers in the organization, and find out what is it that could be happening there. I told you the metrics are so many, so I've just been able to list a few that are commonly tracked. Percentage of employees who complete personal development program. You're looking at employees, maybe the percentage of leadership who are able to complete a coaching program and something like that. Now, the journey of HR metrics and analytics. So we are saying that HR measurements, which will translate, of course, when we carry out HR measurements and carry out the metrics, that is not an end to itself. It should be able to translate into what we are calling the HR analytics, which is the highest level of HR measurements and metrics. So we may be at phase 2 of measurements, where we are defining the metrics and we're looking at the HR scorecard. But where are we going? We are looking at the destination. The destination is using the HR metrics and measurements for what we are calling predictive analytics. We want to use it to predict about tomorrow. And that takes us to where we are talking about the HR analytics. So this is the journey, this is the evolution. At the initial stage, we're just trying to do the justification phase, which is foundation of human capital. We are only doing data collection. We are just more of what we are calling transactional human resource management practices. But we are moving. The organizations, we are saying we are all different. We are at different levels. There are those who are doing now, they are the level of effectiveness. There will be those that are doing value creation at phase 4, and there are those that are already looking at the impact. But we're saying human resource measurements and metrics is not, it's a journey, it's not a destination. It's not that when you're already doing measurements and metrics, you've arrived. You have not. You've just begun the movement. And we're saying we are supposed to be moving to a higher level. And as we improve on our HR journey, measurements and metrics journey, inventions and new discoveries and new things are coming. So you may find that at phase 5, it may not be the end on itself. We may go to phase 7, 8, 10. So it is always a journey, and people are making improvements each and every day to grow the human resource metrics, and measurements. So when we grow from measuring and measuring HR activities and metrics, we don't stop there. We move now to how do we make things efficient? How do we add value, and what is the impact? So it is a journey that we are doing. So the talent analytic maturity model looks like this. At level 1, mostly the HR activities were mainly reactive and operational in nature. And somebody said this is a model that is adapted, that 56% of HR practices in many organizations are reactive. And basically transactional in nature. And we need to move. They're saying we need to move to a higher level. We need to move. And second level is what we are calling the proactive advanced reporting. And 30% of us are already there. At the apex of the model, as you can see, is what we are calling predictive analytics, where I was saying carrying out HR measurements and metrics is not that once you begin that, you have already arrived. You're supposed to use that to predict. So mostly about 4% of practices in the HR functions are mostly predictive. The rest are just transactional. We are actually advanced to 30% of reporting, basically being proactive, which is a good move. But we need to move higher and see what next. So this is still the maturity model. We are looking at reactive, we are looking at standardization of activities, we are looking at forecast. But now, for us to be able to undertake measurements and HR measurements and HR metrics, we need to move to the strategic level. I told you the strategic level is what is so important for us. The next thing that we need to do is using metrics to measure return on investments. Return on investments, you want to quantify. The HR is mainly interested in quantifying. Quantifying means you use quantitative data. You want to quantify in monetary terms the benefits of human resource programs and interventions. And mostly when we are establishing the return on investments, we are doing the benefit cost analysis. We will look at the total cost, the total revenue of the project. We minus the cost, then we get the net project benefits. And you divide by the project cost. That is what we are looking at when we are looking at measuring return on investments. So you will be expected to look at the baseline. What is the current baseline situation like? I'm saying that when we do HR measurements, we are trying to link the people number and the business number. And therefore, we'll be expected to know more of what is happening in the business front. What is the bottom line like for the business? We will be concerned mostly about the revenue generation, so that we are not doing things that are not linked to the HR functions. and is not linked also to the business of the organization. And that's why I'm saying that when we are doing measurements and metrics, we have to have in mind the strategic human resource management practices. And I know that you know how you undertake, because every activity that you're doing in the human resource management to a larger extent must have value to the business, must add value to the business. And you're looking at, for example, that you wanted, there was some shortage of workforce and you need to recruit. So you are allowed to undertake recruitment, and of course, recruitment comes with a cost. So you recruit new employees, you onboard them. Once they are there, of course, you will incur some cost in terms of salaries. You'll incur cost in terms of the benefits of these workers. At the end of the day, at the end of the year, you want to look at how was the company performing before we brought the new workers on board, and how is the performance today? So looking at the entire cost you incurred, you divide by you look at the net profit and you divide so that you get return on investment. And this is one of the highest ways of having measurements in HR. Most organizations are moving towards quantifying the monetary value of all the workers in terms of what profit. Another good example I can give you apart from recruitment is training. One of the business goals is to increase, the corporate goal is to increase sales and make huge revenue turnover. Maybe your target was from 1.2 billion and you want to get to 1.8 billion this year. And of course, people are the ones that are going to make the change in the organization. They are the ones who are going to bring in the profits. So you as a HR is saying, how do we support that business goal of increasing revenue or increasing sales? And maybe you decide now you're going to train your sales team. So you take the revenue first. What was the total revenue before training? And how was the organization performing before training? And after you've done the training, you give them. Of course, we all know that the impact of training may not be that immediate. There are some medium-term impact and there are long-term impact of training. So we want to look at, you move to the production lines and you say, this is what we want to be improved in this area. I'm giving you training, but these are the expectations. And you give a timeline. When do you want or when do you expect to have a change? Because you cannot undertake training, for example, of the engineers today, and you say because the training has a long-term impact, you wait for eternity without looking at the benefit that can accrue to the organization. So you can give them reasonable time before you can go and train. So you can go and evaluate, sorry. So once you evaluate, you look at, we spent maybe 1.8 million to train the engineers. We spent maybe this amount of money to train the sales team. We spend this amount of money to train. So for all this is the cost of training, maybe 5 million. Then you say last year before you did the training, this was the status. And this year after you've done the training, so that you can look at the contribution. And if there's any problem, then you can be able to know. Maybe we did not undertake the correct training need analysis for the group, or you have to move beyond the metrics to find out, you analyze the situation. Because you cannot divorce measurement from analysis. You have to analyze, because you cannot say so many people visited or called us for this support. What does it translate? So we're looking at that, the cost benefit analysis, and that is what the business, you're speaking to the business. That's what the business key stakeholders want to hear. That the HR department used 5 million to train, and the impact was increase in revenue by this, or saving in the rate of absenteeism by this figure. So it is something that is very, very important for HR to do. And it's mostly calculated annually. You look at, so it's mostly done with the annual financial returns, or when financials are being done, mostly, so that you are not looking at very short term, because it can be cumbersome and you may not have realized the impact of the training within a short time. So what are the drivers for human resource? What are the drivers for human resource return on investment? So I'd expect us to list areas where return on investment is also mostly applicable in HR. So take a piece of paper and write what could be driving human resource return on investment. Why are many organizations asking that we calculate return on investment? So take a piece of paper and write what would be the importance, or what could be the key drivers for HR return on investment. Make sure you have about 5 points. 5 points why you need to calculate return on investment of some of your HR programs. And that would be answering the second question, which are list areas where return on investment is mostly applicable in human resource management. I've given you a few, that is on recruitment and selection costs. The other one is very good, especially the return on investment is very applicable in training. Where else can you apply return on investment, where you are actually able to actually demonstrate that this is what we spent in human resource management? So
Now, when good morning, everyone. When one wants to speak or to respond to a question, you can now unmute yourself. You can be able to unmute yourself and do your contribution. Then mute yourself back again so that your background noise does not interfere with the training. Thank you. Dr. Salem, you can go on.
So let me give Dennis an opportunity to say something, then we can continue.
Dr.
Dennis?
Selema, I've already spoken. I've already done my contribution. Dr. Selem, go on.
I go on. The computer, I don't know why I'm not getting it. Okay, let's continue. So when you've listed the areas where return on investment is mostly applicable in HR, you'll realize that some of the measurements that you're going to be coming up on the impact and the importance of HR measurements will be non-financial measures. And this will include change in performance appraisal index, organizational climate, health, customer satisfaction index, loyalty index, praise or complaint levels, percentages. So we are saying as much as we will be doing return on investments and giving them monetary value, we should keep in mind that we will also be doing notes to the financials. Remember, we always, even the accountants, when they are doing financial accounting, they are doing a whole encompassing, a complete and integrated approach to financial reporting. And they not only report the quantitative data, but they're also reporting the qualitative in nature. And therefore, as much as we will be doing reporting on the quantitative impact of our activities and programs in monetary terms, we will also be doing non-financial reporting, which is the qualitative impact, which is very critical because employee commitment index or the engagement index is also very critical for the organization to know. So I just wanted to shed light to you that as much as we give the financial cost of our activities, we also give the impact in terms of qualitative impact, which could also be quantified and its impact. So we have non-financial measures of HR programs. You look at all these: employee commitment index, human capital health, that we reduce the number of people going. And I'm saying as much as you give even this impact, some of them can be converted into monetary value in terms of saving on sickness rate of the organization, the number of employees who are involved or who are sick, employee recruitment level, that is, sorry, that is not international, but internal promotion and advancement rate of your internal workers, cross-functional teams, and all that can be quantified. Look at that, the growth in HR accountability progress. And at the top of the hierarchy of the progress is return on investment method. 2000 onwards, we are now moving up. And initially, we were doing management by objectives, feedback surveys, HR case studies, and audits. But as I told you, some are still relevant and we are still doing them. Those were the early approaches and they are still relevant to account for the performance of the HR department. But as we move on, look at the leading edge approaches. These are the best practices approaches today. And this is return on investment methodology, the human resource profit. You're looking at the human resource department as a profit center, just like any other profit center. We're looking at the balance scorecard. I'll be going shortly to the balance scorecard. We're looking at the human capital measurements in terms of the value added, in terms of the competences acquired by the employees in the organization. And of course, HR macro studies and what is happening. You're doing benchmarking, competitive benchmarking, and all those value adding approaches. And we are moving into leading edge approaches to human resource management. So when we talk about human resource accountability or human resource return on investment, we want to demonstrate the contribution of the human resource to the business of the day. And that's why we are talking about human resource accountability progress. And we want to be accountable. We just don't want to just hide or just continue doing things that we cannot be able to demonstrate how it contributes to the business value. And when we do these activities, what we are saying is that human resource management should be a business partner. We're talking about some organization who are already running a HR business partner department to make sure that they are actually linking what they are doing with the business. So this is the process, the return on investment process. Look at that process, take a minute to look at the process. One, we have to do the evaluation planning. So we have to have the programs that we want to achieve. Then we look at how are we going to evaluate those programs. We implement the programs, and of course, after implementation, we want to collect data. So we do data collection. So of course, we will evaluate that we want to do training, and this training is supposed to contribute. We plan that it must have an impact on what? Once that has been done, then we move now to data collection later. Maybe after 6 months, maybe if you are doing training, then you analyze that data. You will come up, of course, with tangible results, measures of return on investment and financial measures. That is actually the ROI, the return on investments. Then look at the impact. So it will be a journey that you must undertake. So we're looking at evaluating planning. We're looking at data collection process. We are analyzing, we are capturing the program cost and calculate both the tangible and the intangible benefits. Then we come up with a report. One HR manager told me to just demonstrate this return on investment, that sales were not moving among the sales team. They are mostly doing distribution, sales and distribution. And things were not moving. Goods were not moving. Production department were doing their best to ensure that there's no shortage. And the stores were full, and sales team were not pushing the products out. So it is a nationwide company that distributes throughout the country and in the whole region. So he actually undertook a training of the sales team to improve on their negotiation skills, their selling skills, and all that. So he actually worked into the marketing department and actually said, we are planning, we are conducting a nationwide training for all the regions. We'll have a regional training in Kisumu, we'll have one in Nakuru, we'll have one in Mount Kenya region, we will have one at the coast, all those areas, and Nairobi, of course. So he actually undertook training of the sales team. So she had already collected data, the HR department had already collected data on the stock that was there and the revenue that was coming in before the training, and then did the training for all the regions, all the sales teams in all the regions in the country. And of course, the marketing department had suggested that there was need to train the sales team, and that was a training need that was coming from the unit, the business center unit, and that was delivered by the HR. Then the human resource department continued to monitor the activities and the performance of the department, and nothing was changing for some time. And the HR said that, of course, if we are not going to be able to make any changes in the sales, the changes were there, but they were not impactful. We're looking at the impact. It could be so minimal and negligible considering the cost that you have already undertaken for the training. So the HR department sat and said, we have to come up with a strategy for these people to be able to do the sales. And communications was done that this was the cost that we undertook, and this was the cost of the training. It must have been a very tough decision for the HR to make, but they say we have spent this money for the training, and this is the cost that we incurred per each employee to train. So they did the total cost of the employees and averaged. And everybody was attached the cost of their training, and they were told, if sales don't change, your sales stands here. If they don't change, you pay the company for the cost of the training, because we train to improve on your sales. Your sales are just coming down and not going up. So we want to demonstrate, so you can be able to communicate. Look at the impact of the metrics in terms of communication. So you can be able to communicate and say, we spent 10.2 million. For top management, this is what we spend. For this sales team, this is what we spend. What was the cost per employee? And that kind of thing. So when that decision was made, HR said that everybody will incur, if there are no changes, because we knew the revenue before training was this, the revenue after the training is this. So there's no change. So why did we have to train you? You said you wanted training, and we did. So people were given a grace period to be able to recoup, or for the company to recoup their training costs. And from the communication with the HR, things changed because people didn't want to pay for the cost of their training, but they had to make sales. And that's where we are saying sometimes when you have such metrics, it can help you make effective communication. You can do, you can make a decision from it, and you make improvements. And that's where we are saying you do a reporting and you look at the impact. And that may have been done after 6 months. because you can't train today and expect the changes maybe next month. So that is what was done, and it made some impact on training. But again, in such a scenario, I was thinking that you have to continue monitoring the bottom line to ensure that status quo don't change. But there could be other factors that are external to that conceptual framework that, of course, when you train, it automatically leads to. And of course, that is why I was saying, as much as we are looking at the relationship between variables, training and sales, we should be aware of other extraneous factors that are outside the model to be able to know that, okay, I may have trained my team, but there could be other factors that may have contributed to low sales, maybe in a particular region. Or looking at even today, what is happening in terms of the coronavirus that is happening today. So sometimes also, that's why I was saying, when we are looking at the matrix, we look at with an open mind, knowing exactly that this may not have happened, and you do, that is at the point of data analysis and trying to understand the data in terms of quantitative and qualitative, and looking at the operating environment. And that is why we are saying in HR that as much as we will be looking at the relationship between the HR strategic interventions and the business goals of the company, of course, if you look at your business strategy, it has a SWOT analysis, where it's looking at the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It also has political, economic, social, technological, ecological, and legal issues that affect. So all factors held constant, we are saying this should be done. And we are doing the matrix with certain assumptions in our minds, knowing that as much as we would want to deliver on this, there may be some other factors that are external to the model that we have. And that is why we are saying there could be some risks that there's a balancing act that you have to do, even as you try and understand what is happening in the training section, or in the revenue section, in the recruitment section, in the performance management section, the entire circle. Remember the entire circle, because you're not going to track metrics only on one point of your HR, the human resource circle, or what we're calling the thematic areas of human resource. You have to track measurements all round. But the measurements you're going to track are going to be different from one institution to the other. I want to begin something called HR models and modeling. And the question we are asking is, what is a model and what is modeling tools? We have what we call in life reality and abstractions. A model is abstraction of reality, what actually needs to happen in reality. A model is you're trying to copy something and you make something similar out of it. If you look at the first picture, we have a tree. And that is just a model. It's a picture. It's not an actual tree. There, I was looking at what is happening in the world today and advances in intelligence, system intelligence and computer intelligence and all that. There are countries already, because of COVID, they're using robots to actually perform the work of nurses. So these are just modeled. They have just modeled as a nurse, but they are not actually nurses. They're not human nurses, but they can do all the work. They can give you an injection. They can take your temperature. There was something that was circulating the other day in the media where we have robots today doing security. And you saw was it the Bahrainian king with a very huge, giant security, a model security robot. I hear he has 25 cameras or 25 installed pistols or guns and all that kind of thing. So we're saying in human resource management, there are so many models that have been developed. There are no universal models as such. Let me begin on how you need. So a model for human resource management is how you need to operationalize a HR program, a HR function, to be able to deliver quality. You want to deliver quality. And as you're doing the modeling, you're trying to improve maybe what has been presented by Serem, or maybe you are trying to borrow something, you've gone out for benchmarking, and you have seen how maybe top company, maybe you're doing those what we're calling competitive benchmarking, another company is doing in terms of talent management, how they're doing their talent management pipeline, and you want to take that model. Because of variance in operating environments, you may not take 100% of that model. You may have to modify or develop something unique, not necessarily from what that is. And that's why we're saying sometimes you may model some of the HR activities or some of the HR models that exist and come up with something. So what we are talking about, let me repeat what I've said, is that a model is an abstraction of reality. You're trying to come up with something closer to what has been presented. And sometimes we talk about role models. That so-and-so is my role model. Some people come to you, Catherine, and say, I like what you're doing. I want you to be my role model. And they begin to do things. So you guide them, you model them, you coach them, you do all those things. At the end of the day, the person you are developing or the person you are coaching will not be exactly you, but will develop and become something different. And that's what we're talking about modeling. And I'm saying, when you look at recruitment models, you look at compensation models, how people are compensating their workers. If you look at talent management, if you look at succession planning models that exist, most of us have embraced them, but we are not doing 100% of what those people are doing. We may have improved even to something better. And that's what we are calling modeling. Some of the HR models and frameworks that exist, a model also, sorry, let me tell you, a model is also referred to as a framework. And I was talking to Den, and I was telling Den, we may not be able to do justice to you, because if we divert the measurements into models, this requires almost a whole session on its own. I think maybe we will need to plan a training so that we take you through how each of these models, because if I look at a Harvard framework, guest model, best practice model, and all these models, there are so many, and the content is too much. We may not be able to exhaust. So we are just introducing this, which we may be able to recap later on the models that exist. So a model is how you operationalize HR models is how the various approaches, the various theorists, the various schools of human resource management will want you to conduct recruitment. So they will come up with a recruitment model. They will have something they will give you to guide you on coaching models. They will give you something on feedback model, competence model, maybe standard casual model, how the HR should be able to add value. We have HR value chain model, the HR value chain, advanced value chain model. We have the 9-box model, of course, that we know, or maybe we are learning. Mainly we are using it for performance management and talent management. It can also help us to do, mainly we can use that model also to do succession planning. So we have so many models. Again, just like the matrix, they are running into hundreds, but there are no universal ones. You as a HR practitioner will look at the Harvard framework, look at what could be practical, what could be applicable to your environment. You look at the best practice model, and we are asking ourselves, what are best practices? Most of the time we are saying, oh, we are going to benchmark with this great company, they have best practices. So you as a HR manager, what would constitute a best practice model? Somebody else will have the 5 B's model. There are standard casual models where we are saying standards, but they must be casuals and all those kind of things. So I think moving forward, as we continue to learn together, we will revisit the models because we need a whole session, maybe the 6 hours or even more, to take us through how do we use the Harvard model to model or to operationalize functions in the HR department. How are we going to use, or what does the value chain model tell us? So we think there are so many models, coaching models. There's not even one. There are so many. How do you give feedback? Equally, there are many. But the question is how you operationalize your HR department to embrace and adapt some of these models will be based on your ability to understand the model, that is the competence level of your HR department to embrace some of the models. It will also impact on resources that you are using. It will also be based on the industry you are in, the culture, and many others. So we'll be looking at that. So let's look at an example. I'm giving you an example. Somebody says that this is how you can conduct a coaching. That you need to look at the dissatisfaction, desire for change. Then you do support, responsibility, commitment. That is coaching. You start the coaching. You do the action of coaching. Then you go through the process of transition, change belief, learning, and then the change occurs in the coachee, the person you are coaching. So this is a model that is presented. But that does not mean when you are putting it into practice, you will 100% comply with this process. You may come up with almost something similar to this, or something that is improved, or something that shortened the stages. So we're saying a model is how you operationalize a function or a program or an intervention in the HR department. So we are saying there are so many, but the question is, how do you? So we have this coaching model as an example. There's another one here. The transition, the change model, an example. Change is coming. We are all going through the process of change. And before Dennis will tell you, before we are doing online training, we used to do mostly training where we bring all the trainers in one forum. But we had to undergo the process of change. And there was a period of anxiety, the period of what do we do, and all that kind of thing. But that does not mean, if you look at this, we all go through changes every day. We are told that change is the only constant thing that happens because it keeps changing. Some of us may not go into depression when we are changing, but some of these models are presented. So I'm trying to give you an example of what models are and how you can model. The world today is modeling security personnel in terms of security intelligence. There's so much that is happening in the health sector to come up with people who can treat, to mitigate on the risk of the COVID on the doctors and the nurses who are the frontline teams. But even as everybody is going through a process of transition, we're saying sometimes this is given to you as a model that you can follow on this. Some people may not go into denial. Some people just like change and they move straight forward. So I'm saying there are so many models that can be introduced to you, and you need to look at it. Another model I have, for example, is the competence model. Again, this is just one. There are so many other models, but I'm looking at you as a HR practitioner. You want to adapt different models, or you want to copy this into this. What are the key considerations as you use these tools, the modeling tools and the process of modeling? So this is also another example of competence model on how you need to look at. There will be some planning frameworks that exist. And I just told you again, let me go back to that concept, that even as you do this, you're doing a SWOT analysis of you as a department, as a function. And you're looking at your strengths to adapt on this. You're looking at your weaknesses to this model. You're looking at what are your opportunities and what areas can you improve to be able to implement a model. So that at the end of the day, we are not just looking at a very nice recruitment framework and we just embrace. There are certain things that we must ask ourselves, even as we do modeling. We bring in the 9-box framework and implement for performance management and performance appraisal. So we are asking ourselves, what are the key issues that we will have to look at that? And the question most of us are asking ourselves, why should we embrace or develop new models? When you look at some of the practices and some of the frameworks that are there, you're able to do an analytical framework of the human resource practice. You can be able to understand how you analyze. If you look at the competence framework, if you look at it can help you to understand, you analyze what is happening. So we are saying the various frameworks that exist will help you to get a deeper understanding, gain knowledge of how the human resource function should be operated. What will constitute an efficient and effective HR department? You can get that also from the model, because it tells you, for you to be able to do the recruitment, this is how you need to do, you move very fast and you get this kind of results. If you look at some of the models and you borrow some of the practices there, you legitimize the human resource practices. somebody will be asking you, why are you using this box to do succession, the 9-box matrix for succession planning? You can legitimize it as a best practice, that is what is being done by the cutting edge or the leading and high performing organization. If they ask you why you are approaching maybe a program or why you are rolling an interventions in HR in this way, why are you doing coaching, or why are you doing the trainings of this particular group in this manner, you have a legitimate, a fallback to argue, sorry, to argue your case, because it legitimizes the HR practices. When you look at the functions of various HR models and frameworks, you are able to understand the variable relationship. A variable is an element. So it is able to tell you the variable relationship. What is the relationship between this variable, training, for example, and performance? What is the relationship between evaluation? Why do we conduct performance appraisal? And how do we conduct it? So when you have a framework that guides you on that, it is able to explain to you that when this is done, this should be the feedback, and this should be the results. So it is able to identify for you the various variables. A variable is an element that has an effect on the other. So it could be an independent, it could be dependent. I know you've done research, most of us. So we say it can give you the variable relationship between various aspects of HR, that if you recruit top engineers or if you did recruit these, then it must have an impact on the quality of the output. The quality of the output should be able to perform in the market and gives us more sales, something like that. So you are able to understand the relationship of the functions that you're doing. If you look at the metrics, even when you're constructing your own models to develop the metrics, you can be able to understand that a high turnover of trained staff, what does it impact on the business? Maybe if you have a high group of maybe millennials incorporated in top management, what does it imply? Or what strategic intervention should you be able to put in place so that it is able to give you the action points on what you need to do? Because that is what we are talking about. So you're also looking at high top performance when they are leaving the organization, top performance and maybe senior management leaving the organization. What is the impact on the overall culture, emotions of the workers, the morale, and all those kind of things? So if you look at various models, it can be able to give you a clear understanding of the variable relationship between various functions and various programs and intervention and activities of the employees. You carrying out an emotional intelligence and social quotients of your employees, and you find that the emotional conscience inventory is high in one department compared to the other, then it means that you can be able, what would be the impact of that, maybe on performance, on relationship and all that, and then you can be able to carry out an intervention. When you design and embrace a new HR models, then it can give you to understand the significance of the key HR functions, because you are able to understand that all functions are important in the organizations. But looking at various models, there are some functions that are put more emphasis than in terms of what you will require to do. And for example, recruitment is important. That one we cannot underestimate the importance of recruitment and onboarding. But as much as we bring top quality employees into the organization, there will be certain factors that will be very important for us to look at as a HR function. The performance of these people. We will be looking at the sustainability. If we don't sustain, we can bring somebody and they exit, even as much as we have recruited somebody who is very important into the system. We will be looking at the efficiency and the effectiveness of those individuals or the workforce that we have. So we are saying we understand the need to design a very important human resource model and ensure that the contribution of these models to our operations are effective. So I think I have 2 assignments I want to give you before we go for the break. One is when you are, just take the question down, when you are designing a human resource model for recruitment, because like when you're recruiting, you just don't wake up and start recruiting. You have a plan of action, a framework you will use for recruitment. Similarly for training and all those activities. When you are having that, there are certain factors that you will need to consider when you are doing recruitment. There are certain factors that you will need to consider when you are adapting the framework that you want to use for succession planning and all that. So the question is, what factors will you take into consideration? What factors will you take into consideration when designing or when you want to adopt a new model for a certain function in your department? So what factors will you take into consideration? 2, how will you go about in implementing that model? What will you take into consideration in the process of implementing something new in the organization? So I think we will take a break. We will take a break, slight break of, Dennis, where are you? Can we go for a break for maybe 20 minutes?
Loda, Dr. Loda Salem, we can go for a break for 30 minutes.
Dennis?
Yes. We go for a break for 30 minutes. 30 minutes break, then we reconvene at exactly 8 minutes to 11.
So let's go for a break of 10 minutes and then we come back. 20 minutes, sorry, 20 minutes. So we come back at 10, a quarter to 11.
Dennis said 30 minutes. Mwalimu.
Let us obey let's obey the teacher. I guess she's not able to hear I guess she has a problem with her mic.
I'm not hearing anything. Ndio, moment ndio. Ai, mimi ndio ndio wala. This is the trainer.
Okay, let's come back. Let's come back. So we were looking at the HR models. When we use the HR models, what does it have, or what is its impact? So one, we have, it will enhance efficiency of the HR department, because you are able to demonstrate how things are done, and you know the best practices or the cutting edge ways of doing things. It helps us to achieve, we are able to achieve,
It goes.
sorry. We are able to achieve the corporate goals, achievement of corporate goals. Employees are able to improve their motivation and morale, especially if they know you are doing things the right way and the right, in the right manner, and especially when those frameworks demonstrate the process in which things need to be done. Then it facilitates effective communication of HR activities and programs, and you are able to win support from the key stakeholders, that is the top level management, as well as the employees, because they can be able to see that what you're doing is right. So the steps that you will take in designing, so that this is adapting an optimal HR operating models. Of course, you will need to come up with, you need to have the drive to be able to actually, the desire to implement a new model or to embrace a new model. If it is not there, you cannot be able to even move to the point of even designing it. So one thing that you need to do is to drive. The drive, you have the self-drive to undertake the HR models. Then you design one based on the various, how you can improve based on the various practices that are there. So you can come up and build your own model by borrowing aspects from here and there. Just the way when you're building a house, you may go to different houses, or you may visit various architectural designs and all that. And there are various things you will borrow from here and there to be able to come up with something that you like. Then you'll be able to deliver on that model. Work on it, implement it, and put it into practice. Once you've put it into practice, bring out the output. Bring out the output by demonstrating the value. What is the value of coming up with a framework for planning, HR planning, and HR planning and recruitment process? So you have to demonstrate value. Once you have demonstrated value, make sure that you consistently apply, maintain discipline. Because sometimes we develop models, tomorrow we've rejected it and we begin a new one, but we can do what we are calling continuous improvement on the model by learning more. So, so mostly you cannot implement something that you do not have a desire for. So first, there must be the need. There must be a demonstration of the feeling and the commitment, because if you don't have the drive, there will be no commitment to maintain and to develop an efficient one. So those are some of the things that you'll have to consider. when you are developing the framework or the models that you want to develop. And as I said earlier, we will have to come back because the models are so many, and we are focusing on just a few issues. Mainly today we were looking at measurements and metrics, but we will need to look at the frameworks. What does this framework say and how is it operationalized? What does this say and how is it operationalized? What are the key issues that we can pick and what is it that we cannot pick? Because what will be picked by a hospital industry will be different from what will be picked by a HR practitioner in the insurance industry, for example. So we will be able to look at moving forward some of those practices and be able to know what can we pick. And from the same model, people will be implementing different things at different times. So that's why we are saying you pick the Harvard framework, pick any framework and look at it. What is it that is practical to you? Because it may be different, and improve on it. Just the way I've said, when you're doing a building, you don't copy somebody's building and it comes out like that. At the end of the day, sometimes you find that you are copying somebody's structure, but when they come to your house, they say, no, my house doesn't look like this. They say, I picked the structure, I picked the plan from you. But because of differences in the way we approach things and the way things are done and all that, it will turn out to be something different. And we're saying sometimes it's optimal, it is more improved, and we will keep on improving ourselves, just like that. Just like what we were saying, an individual, you can be a role model to the young or the youth or somebody. But that person eventually will turn out to be a better person in society, which in any case, we don't lose anything. That is what we aspire, that we always go through a situation of continuous improvement and development. As a HR department, what will you take into account in adopting or designing a HR model? One, you look at your culture. Look at the culture of your organization to be able to deliver. And because you'll be modeling, you know, the way you're modeling something, you're modeling it to suit the environment that you exist in. Two, you will be looking at the competences of the HR department to deliver on the model. And if those competences are not there, of course, you will engage somebody to train the people on how to implement the model you want to embrace. And you'll also be looking not only on the competences of your team, but the optimal number, whether you have the number to conduct or to undertake the key assignments. So we are saying that both the capacity and the competence will have to be taken into account. When embracing any model again for the HR, you're looking at the relevance of the various models to your situation or to your industry. So the industry context and what is being used mostly by the industry and the players will be very, very critical. And of course, you want to use the model based on the resources available, not only in terms of human capital, but you're building something that will be able to be demonstrated, and there must be resources that will support that. So that is what we are saying that will be relevant. We are moving to the HR balance scorecard. But before we look at the HR balance scorecard, we need to understand first, what's a balance scorecard? A balance scorecard is a framework that has 4 key perspectives. It's a business framework that is used to deliver on the key 4 perspectives of the organizations. That is on financials, customer, internal business processes, learning, and growth. At the center of it, there will be the vision and the strategy. Of course, the vision and the strategy go hand in hand. So we have the vision where we want to go. Of course, we'll have the mission, we'll have the core values of the organization. And strategy here, we will have strategic objectives. And maybe we have about 4 or 5, it doesn't go to more than 7 maybe, or 8 at most. So we have the strategic objectives of the organization that we want to achieve. We have the interventions. What actions are we going to do to deliver on each of the strategy or on each of the strategic objectives and the broader goal for the organization? So in the financials, you will have the objectives, the indicators, the targets, and the projects, which will be the programs that you are going to implement. Similarly, all the internal processes. The customer focus, what do you want? You want to reduce the customer complaint by 20% by this period. What will be the indicator? What is that will be the target. So you want, an objective could be to increase customer satisfaction. What would be the indicator? The customer loyalty, maybe could be the indicator. What could be the target? And what will you do? Maybe you will be undertaking quite a number of projects, customer stakeholder engagement, maybe a dinner for them, a luncheon for them. Maybe you'll do training for the customers and that kind of thing, especially the bulk customers, maybe depending on the nature of your industry. So before I can say that you are going to align the HR scorecard to the business overall scorecard, we needed to understand what the HR scorecard is all about. So this is a business balance scorecard, and designing a HR scorecard aligned with the business needs. Therefore, we will have, look at that, we will have the financial or strategic priority areas. Maybe you can come up with, this is a framework now. It's not a must that you will use this framework. You can improve on my framework. This is something, a framework that can be used to guide on how you can develop, but you can develop a more sophisticated approach to aligning the human resource scorecard alignment with the business needs. So you look at the business needs in terms of the financials, the customer, the internal processes, learning, and growth. Each of these, depending on the industry, will have different objectives. Maybe to optimize resource utilization. Maybe you want to increase revenue growth by 20%. You want to increase maybe operational cost. Those are the financial objectives, to reduce operational or overhead cost by this. Then you have the measures and the targets. Now here, sorry. At this point of the initiatives, HR initiatives, what will you do as a human resource practitioner to communicate to the financial objectives? The financial objectives is to increase sales revenue by 20%. So how are you, because we are saying the purpose of the metrics is to speak to the business. The purpose of measuring HR functions is to speak. You must be speaking the business language. So what is it that you're going to do to ensure, what initiatives, what HR practices are you going to do to speak to financials? What is it, what intervention, HR initiatives that are you going to undertake at the initiative level, and to speak to the customer, to speak to the internal processes, learning and growth? And maybe let's go to learning and growth, for example. One of the objectives could be maybe the priority areas in learning and objective with institutional development of human capital. And they will want to train the employees or build the capacity of the workers. So you as a HR department, what will you be doing to speak to learning and growth? Of course, you'll be having a lot of activities here to improve learning culture. So you'll have to put in place a learning organization. You make sure that you have learning organization structures in place. And therefore, you're saying that learning is not just training. It could be more than training. You want just people to continue learning many things. So you make sure that maybe the institutional library exists where the workers can borrow. Is there a library for continuous learning? Are there opportunities you're putting in place to grow the workers? And you are also looking at maybe the growth level in the organization. In terms of promotions, you'll be looking at the metrics. The metrics that will be very critical there is if there were promotions or there were new openings and the advert was posted internally and externally. How many of your employees from the internal were able to progress? The progression or the advancement rate of the internal workers, because you're focusing on growth. And therefore means if you're focusing on growth, most of your new openings in the organizations, you as a HR, you're saying, because we want to grow our people, the focus will be mainly to make the openings first available to the internal workers. Let them apply. If we are not able to fill these positions, and if there are employees who do not qualify for this position, then that is when we will go out. But we cannot be focusing on growth and we are not doing anything as HR to build institutional capacity of the workers. Some of the activities that you'll be doing maybe would include benchmarking, what we are calling competitive benchmarking. Maybe you will be doing a lot of coaching and mentorship to grow your employees. So it will depend. And when you embrace a balanced scorecard, we are saying you are using the various perspectives of balanced scorecard to improve on your workers. If you're looking at financial, let me go back to financial, sorry for that. And maybe you want to optimize use of resources. Or maybe you want to increase sales volume. So the issues of cost per hire will be very critical for you. Cost of the training will be something that you are really mitigating, because you're looking at how do we save costs and enhance. You know, at the end of the day, we are looking at what is revenue profits. We want to make profit margins of 20%, an increase of 20%. So it means if we are going to increase our profits, we have to lower our operational costs. So what activities in a HR department will help us to maybe mitigate on our overhead costs so that we are not consuming more because we want to increase revenue? Maybe you will embrace maybe outsourcing of services, maybe if that can help. Maybe you will be able to look at the cost of overtime and what can you do about overtime. You can look at the cost of permanent contracts and employees on short contracts. And how can that be an initiative that can support financials? What initiative will you put to respond to an objective in customer care? Internal processes of productivity, efficiencies. You make sure that maybe operation issues to do with health and security of the workers are in place in terms of internal operations. And you want to ensure that in terms of the internal operations of the workers, you're going to lower maybe the rate of absenteeism here. Maybe you're going to enhance the security of the workforce, so you will not allow anybody walking around the premise without a mask, because they are not only putting themselves at risk, but they're also putting the life of other employees at risk. You look at all that will contribute to what we need to improve. Wastage in terms of resources. You will maybe insist on a clean desk, clean screens, a mitigation of paper and all that to improve internal operating mechanisms. You'll be looking at the office premises and how it can be improved and all that. So there are so many things that depending, and we are so many people coming from different industry. Our internal process priority areas varies from one institution to the other. So you may use such a model to come up with initiative to speak to each of that. So this is a further illustration of the internal perspectives. And we're looking at the HR strategy map. So up there, you'll have the vision, the HR mission statement. And of course, you'll have the financial perspective, customer perspective, internal perspective, learning activities. And the things you'll be doing, this is a HR strategy map that speak to the HR scorecard, the HR scorecard. And the HR scorecard is speaking to the overall business scorecard. So looking at financial perspective, you expand growth opportunities, you want to enhance workforce value, you improve on the cost structure. You're looking at how much cost we are using, what is the cost of the new hires, how much cost are we using in training, how can we mitigate? If we are going to spend this, how much is that going to enhance in terms of workforce value and all that? If you are looking at customer perspective and maybe looking at delivery, maybe something like delivery of goods and services, maybe depending on the industry. Again, maybe you're in the hospitality industry and you're doing home delivery for the customers, for example, then it means speed would be very critical. So you have to train on your employees on time management and put in place strategies that can mitigate on time wastage. Maybe you invest maybe on motorbikes to ensure that deliveries are done within Nairobi in a shortest possible time. Maybe like, for example, if you're in the food industry and you're doing home deliveries. So you find that you'll have to be doing something to ensure that the customer perspective is enhanced. In terms of customer perspective is enhanced, you're looking at maybe the cost of your products. You're looking at the quality of the product in terms of the quality it is served. You're looking at the delivery of the service. You're looking at the packaging of the product. You're looking how you can compensate even the workforce that are dealing with the customers and all that. So you do activities that are speaking to the customer perspective. Maybe you want to grow the customer perspectives, your customer base. Currently, your customer base could be, people don't know about your existence and all that. So how do you grow? Maybe how do you grow your customer base? And maybe you will have to of course, we are saying there will be a lot of linkage and collaboration. You're working with the marketing department on that. And maybe one of the objectives is to conduct customer training. And of course, in most organizations, trainings are centralized in the HR, is domiciled in the HR function. So working together with the marketing department and their vote head for or what they have given out for requisition, and they are saying that this is what they want to do, you're going to support that in respect to that, because what we are saying is that maybe the training, all the training, as much as people, departments are giving their training needs, the training is centered in HR or domiciled in HR. So what you do, of course, you will make sure that your programs and activities for that particular year is centered into facilitating. You're going to facilitate the marketing department and arrange for the trainings and luncheons or meetings with the customer. Maybe it's about customer loyalty. That is very critical. Sorry for that. Maybe it's customer loyalty that is very, very critical. Or maybe you want to ensure that the customers purchase more. So, or maybe the business strategy is to penetrate new markets to increase the market share. So we are saying the activities on this line of HR initiatives must be speaking to all those 4 perspectives of the balanced scorecard. Look at the internal perspectives. You're looking at internal processes. It could be workforce management. How are you doing workforce management, project management, service delivery, cost? Because at the end of the day, maybe look at something like workforce engagement. Somebody was saying that most workers do not operate at the optimal level. Maybe the workforce engagement index is at 58%. Maybe that is one of your metrics, and you've discovered that your employee engagement index stands at an average of 58%. And you have been looking, or you have been doing maybe overtime costs. And you're saying, if we manage the internal workforce appropriately, then we don't need to do overtime. And that will help you to improve the internal processes and also contribute, because there's all linkages. This is all linking to the financials. And I've given an example some other time that I was working in one of the organizations doing some assignment as an external party, consultancy assignment. And we found that most of the time the employees are idle during the day. The fuel cost, the fuel is not there, the diesel, they run their production lines, 2 production lines. And you find that one production line does not work three days in a week. Then they will work over the weekend. And of course, that will increase salaries for overtime employees and also casuals. They bring in casuals. So you find that there's a problem in improving the internal processes, the operations, because why would you close your production line when the full-time employees are there the whole week and then engage them over the weekend to produce? Because when they come over the weekend, they will want overtime allowances. So it means, therefore, you are increasing your salary costs, the cost of bonuses and the cost of salaries for casuals, which could be, if you improve on those internal processes, you can save some money for the organization. So we are looking at all those, and you're also looking at employee satisfaction. If the satisfaction of the workers is not good, of course, everything about internal working environment and teamwork is not there, then that affects a lot. Then when you're looking at learning perspective, as I had mentioned earlier, so you want to increase. Somebody was saying we are now moving from knowledge to what? We are moving from knowledge to what? It's something that they are talking about in terms of knowledge to intelligence management and all that. So you want to improve the knowledge of your workers to improve integrity, motivation, partnership for mainly team working, knowledge. You want to improve on excellence. You want to improve on their balance. Of course, balance could mean so many things. Even their emotional and emotional balance would be also very critical here. So you are trying to grow so that all these speak to overall realization of the big goal at the top there. So what you're looking at is growing your workforce and ensuring that they are not only gaining knowledge, but they are also very effective. Very effective. Because there's no point having one of the top employee and there's no service delivery. Or there's no quality and efficiency that is being realized. So that is what we are speaking about in terms of HR strategy map or HR balance, HR scorecard. It has to align to the overall. So that's why I was taking you to the perspective of the scorecard before we can come to the HR scorecard, which is speaking to the business scorecard. So this is a further illustration, which is still on the HR scorecard. So when we're looking at the financials again, in the HR strategy map, which is speaking to financials, you'll be looking at long-term shareholder value. You will be looking at indicators that enhance employee productivity, and all the interventions that you're doing in the HR is improving or contributing to business. So return on investment as a strategy or as a key strategic tool. I know there are many other tools that are available. So you'll have to make sure that that is speaking to the financials. In internal customer, so you make sure that there is a positive work environment to serve the customer. That is internal customer and employee satisfaction, both for the internal employee satisfied with the practices that are there. Internal processes, HR internal processes to improve on internal perspective is make sure that your recruitment process is excellent. You reduce on the time, you reduce on the cost. You look at strategic employee competences that you are developing. You don't just train for the sake of training, but you use training for strategic contribution. Put in place an optimal performance management system. Maybe you can develop internal tools to demonstrate what you're doing in the HR. You could be using the HR dashboard to give all the programs and the activities that you're doing and how it is making changes and impacts. You can improve on the internal HR capabilities and human resource information system. There are many other online tools and software tools that are being used, even for recruitment, for trainings, and all those kind of things. So we're saying the HR strategy map, which is the HR scorecard, should be able to respond to the perspectives in financials. These are the key perspectives. So that is what we need to look at it in terms of the HR strategy map. And most of the time, you find that there's so much wastage in internal processes. And our internal processes, we are not up to standard. We don't optimize. There's so much wastage, just like in most of our homes. We have a lot of wastage, maybe in the kitchen, in the laundry area, and all that. So if we can see how we can improve those processes, then that can help us to improve the overall and achieve the overall corporate strategies. If you're looking at growing the workforce and the number of people who are able to access online training, it's not just about borrowing materials or accessing the training, but what is it after that? What is the impact? That is why I'm saying that at the end of the day, metrics and measurements will not just give you enough data. You may say that so many people visited our site. So many people visited our website. Maybe this year we had almost maybe 500 or 5,000 visits. So then what is it? You must go beyond there, that out of the 5,000 visits to our website, what percentage of that actually translated into business relationships? And how many of those people were able to purchase? Maybe you are on the service line and so many people called. You had the number of calls from the customers inquiring about your products. So people inquire about your products, and that's why we are saying at the end of the day, you have to track metrics that make sense to the business. So people may call, maybe you are at the sales line, what products do you sell? And what are the prices? What are the costs? And these are metrics that I'll say they are called vanity metrics. They are very interesting to report that we had so many people finding out or calling more about our products. But again, did you, in terms of customer, if you're growing your customer base, if these people call and of course they've given you the contacts, was there any follow-up? You know, you can do follow-up to ensure that actually the call does not just end at the call. So train maybe your staff to ensure that there is that follow-up on the customer, and maybe how many customers are redundant from those who purchased last year and what can be done. I know of organizations who actually are very important, not only to grow the new customers, but they make sure that the retention of the previous customers is maintained, because there is no need of retaining, of bringing 100 new customers and you're losing 60 old. So it is both on the recruitment of customers and retention. Similarly, if you're growing your customer base in terms of bringing in new customers, you're also looking at how much are we bringing in and how much are we retaining. What is it that my people are not able to retain the customers? Then you look at that. Similarly, the HR function is not about bringing in the top talent, but you're also looking at what is your retention strategy, or what is the retention of the top talent in the organization. So that will require a lot of improvement in our internal processes. So building the metric business case, why so much the hassle to build the metric business case for your organization? Why is it important that you do that? We are going through a process of evolution. Everything is changing. The world is changing. And as I said, we all know of that saying that change is the only thing that is permanent. So you cannot be left alone when the world is changing. People are moving from measurements, metrics, they are moving to analytics. People are now moving from classroom environment. Schools already now are teaching, because like we don't know when this disaster of COVID is coming to an end. So people, even institutions of higher learning, are looking at, initially we were not able to know how do we respond. So we all went, okay, let's wait and see. But as we wait and see, things are not changing. It's almost becoming normal that COVID is one of the diseases that we have. And therefore we need to move on. So even as the world is moving and seeing how we can move with this pandemic or this disease, even the HR environment is changing. The way things were being done from the period of personnel management to today is changing. So even when the world is changing, even the employees you are bringing on board are changing. And the workforce that we are dealing with, of course, the management skills that you are using to handle employees, maybe 10 years ago, is not what we are using today. Why? Because we are having a different generation of the workforce getting into the system. Generation X and Generation Z are already here with us. And these are our children, and we need to manage them. And the management strategies for this generation is not going to be the same as for yesteryears, because we may be having some of the most competent IT gurus in the organization. And sometimes maybe you find that somebody doesn't like idling, maybe there's too much hyper, they have so much knowledge. So we have to come up with the strategies on how do we tap that knowledge. Some of the workers we could be having are so talented that you cannot even threaten them with, maybe I'll sack you, because they know they can work out and their skill is being taken there. So if everything is changing, we also have to evolve. Human culture or human nature in itself, we've been talking about evolution, the evolution of the earth, the evolution of human species, the evolution of everything. Everything is changing. So we cannot remain where we have been and say, no, as we are not changing, we will be there. Everybody wants to know, how is it, how effective, or what is it that I can do to fit into the environment? We are living in technological environment. We are living in an environment of intelligence. And all these kind of things must change to comply with the context in which we are in. So the environment, the situational environment, the technological environment. Today we are talking about the digital economy, the e-economy, e-learning, e-entrepreneur, e-everything. So as much as we are talking about things changing, even HR in itself is moving. We are moving from a situation where we are just using, qualitative information to make decisions. We must use, there's a shift, there's a paradigm shift to move from just transactional activities to value addition. And that value addition, we must demonstrate in terms of data. Somebody is saying today, data, data, data everywhere. And you're told that the world today is going to be dominated by data. And that is very critical, that we have data that can be used to inform decision-making. HR cannot afford to just be transactional, because today everybody can do most of those transactional activities that we can do. Each of those strategic business departments can do most of, so how are we going to demonstrate relevance is to act as a strategic business partner, human resource business partner to the client. And in that case, we will be speaking the business language. And in that language, there's so much quantitative data that will be required of us. So we must be able to know and speak the business language. Our sales revenue last year was at this. When we recruited and we did the training and all this, that is what the CEO wants to hear. That is what the key stakeholders wants to hear. We want to speak so that if it's our time to speak at the boardroom, these people are able to listen because why? There is a strong relationship between people and the business numbers. And they would be willing to support the HR activities because it is demonstrating value. We are saying the purpose of HR measurements and metrics is to demonstrate the value of HR to the business. And that is what we are doing that. When you carry out the business of measuring HR activities and metrics, of course, you're going to eliminate a lot of inefficiencies. Like what we have just looked at the HR scorecard, and we're looking at that internal processes. And you're looking at a situation where there are so many employees come, by 9 o'clock, there is no fuel in the production line, especially if we are using diesel. The organization I'm giving you example is not a power using organization, it's diesel. So there are so many delays. The procurement, there's a lot of bureaucracy in procurement process before the diesel is supplied to the factory. So if you want to procure, the procurement process takes like a whole week before fuel is brought, and sometimes the factory runs short of fuel. So those kind of bureaucracy in the recruitment process, the bureaucracy in the management of the internal workers, the management of the permanent employees and all that can be eliminated so that we are able to save on cost. There is a shift from just doing activities to results-based management. And therefore, we will be focusing more on outcomes rather than activities. It's not what I did, but can I be able to demonstrate what is the results of that? What is the results of that? A good example, most of us, we have weight issues, and we've been doing a lot of activities in terms of exercises. We go to the gym, we run in the evening, we are doing dancing in the houses like most of us. So at the end of the day, you're doing so much activities on focusing mainly on weight reduction. But I was saying that sometimes we do a lot of activities, but what we have lost during the exercise and all that, we immediately replenish with what we are eating. So that at the end of the day, we've been going to the gym, we've spent 9,000 every month for going for the exercises. Maybe we pay monthly, maybe we pay. So we are involved in so much activities. But now, what is the result? Sometimes we give up because the results that we get, me and some of us who have been doing those activities, is not equivalent to the activities that we are doing, because we should not be focusing on how much activities that we have done, but we should be focusing at the results. That I went to the gym for the last 3 months, so what is the result? So you'll have to measure, you have to take the metrics of your kgs today. And that has been one of the main undoing for most of us as ladies. I was speaking to my sister sometimes, but she does a lot of activities, and all those things I've said about the gym and all that. But the kind of food she eats, so she has not changed much. The activities is not equivalent to the results based. And that's what we are saying in HR. It's not to be that we've done so much, but is there results that can demonstrate value for our activities? Just like that. Because sometimes we can be engaging in activities. Sometimes I've been doing those activities, and if you don't do it consistently, I have a problem. Not that I'm a perfect one in terms of weight management. Sometimes I do it, I give up, I relax, I get tired jumping all the time with the rope out there. I run, sometimes so there's lack of that consistency. And that's why I was saying, if you implement something, consistency will be very important so that you can retain what you want. So I'm saying the world is shifting from activities to results-based management. We want to see the results. After you've done all these activities and all this, and you are at 114, maybe what was your target? Of course, when you begin a program, you must be having a target. So maybe you're saying, my target is 85 kgs. So put yourself by when? Of course, we have challenges on that. So you can say, I want to involve myself in these activities. I'm going to invest into this. And when I get there, then I sustain those kgs. Maybe I want 85 kgs to be achieved by this. Then you begin the program. And of course, you will be tracking. There is what we are calling continuous evaluation. Continuous evaluation, because you cannot come from 114 kgs and get one day to 85. So I keep monitoring. And sometimes you gain, sometimes you find that you have lost 2 kgs, you get excited. Next time you go back, you find that you've gone to 102, and you're like, okay. So we need to all look at results so that we are not mainly focusing on the activities more rather than the results-based management. We want to demonstrate the strengths of the HR. We want to demonstrate the strength of the HR department. We want to use the metrics to make effective communication. We want to focus the scarce resources. Again, resources are not enough. And if you're telling somebody or you're giving somebody accurate feedback and you're saying, okay, we did an engagement survey or employee satisfaction survey, and this is where we are. This is the cost we did for this activity, and this is where we are. And the results are these. Then even in terms of performance management, people can be able to understand as to why you are putting them on a performance development plan, why you are putting me and not so and so, because the metrics speaks for themselves. Most investors and key stakeholders will be interested on the relationship between the people and the financials of the organization. Because looking at the trend today is the return on investments. And we are, the business is looking at the HR business center as a cost center, as a business unit. And therefore, when you invest on something, there must be a return on that investment. So we're saying investments on human capital will be very critical to the key stakeholders and other key, to the investors, sorry, and other key players in the industry. And therefore, when you begin to track metrics, then that will be of great interest to them. And of course, you will be helping everybody to understand what that business is all about. If you look at what is happening in the organization, you're saying HR is a key expenditure in most organizations, taking about 35 to around 40% of the total revenue. And therefore, you as a HR function, you'll be need to demonstrate is if almost 50% of the revenue of the organization is going to people management, then you must be able to demonstrate in an accountable manner the value of further investment of the people. You heard what the CSR was talking about in regard to increased pension allowances for the members of parliament. And he's saying the law requires that at least 35% of our revenue goes into salaries and all that. Currently, as a country, I think if I had her right, she was talking about around 48% before pension issues and all that is put into consideration. And if that is the situation, it means that she said that it means that it is going to impact on other activities of the government in terms of capital expenditure, the money that is going to capital expenditure, because we are way above the margin. We are expected to use 35% and we are already at 48%. So it means that we are eating money that is supposed to go to health, to education, to infrastructure, to many other things. So equally, if we go back to our organization, we may be having a policy on revenue generation policy or revenue policy. And we are saying, if this is the money we have, we must be able to say, of course, what percentage of that money is going to HR. And we are saying HR is a key expenditure unit or business center. And as such, we must be able to say, just like this amount was given to marketing to do this and this, what revenue came in. So we should be also able to say, I know our activities are so interrelated with other activities, but we must be able to show our relationship with the business. We must be able to show our relationship with the business. It is an activity that we must take, and that is why I'm saying that in most of the situations, this will be required of us. And that will demonstrate why we are tracking the numbers so that we also show our relevance. So we want to see, how do we turn metrics into analytics and analytics into strategies? Remember my first point I told you, or somewhere along the line, I told you that getting numbers is not enough. That this number of people, the most vulnerable department or the most vulnerable group of people to a problem of COVID is this category of workers. When you know that maybe 8 of our drivers out of 15 were positive and you get the percentage, so then what? So you must look at that, analyze, and get a strategy, which is a solution to the problem. I said metrics, a good metric should be actionable. You cannot say that we recruited 60 workers at the beginning of the year. And out of that, our retention strategy, retention rate or turnover rate is at 20%, meaning we still have quite a number of our people. I mean, what next? You have to go beyond the metric to analytics, and you give a strategy. If we trained, again, let me use the training factor. If we train 15 top management staff, and we find that the retention for those employees is currently standing at 92%, and the untrained staff, we had also another 300 of our supervisory staff and the staff that we did not train. And we find that the areas where we have not done training, the turnover is maybe at 5% or retention is at 5%, and we've not been able to save. So we are saying that we should go beyond metrics into analytics and come up with strategies. For the last 2 years, we implemented a female, what we are calling women in leadership strategy. For the last 2 years, we've been training women on leadership. And of course, we have had in the last 2 years also openings for top leadership. We've also had natural attrition in top positions for leadership. And you are asking yourself, for the last years, we've trained about 15 people on leadership. When there was that internal opening for leadership, for internal progression, how many of the leaders you trained were able to apply? So you find that none. So you analyze, you ask yourself then why we have people who already qualified to join leadership position. We have already women in leadership of training that can qualify to join the top leadership. You're asking yourself, then why are these ladies not applying for this position? And you've coached them, you've trained them, you've mentored them and all that. Then you move into strategies. And then you come up with a strategy. So what would be the strategy? Maybe the advert will say women are highly encouraged to apply. Maybe you can say that we are going to embrace an affirmative action. There could be so many strategies that maybe you can put in place to ensure that that is, you are able to move, because it is not enough to say you have done a matrix, and out of the top leadership, you have what? We have gender mainstreaming policy. You have gender mainstreaming policy, and you want to mainstream gender across the board. And you find that out of 16 top senior level management, there's no single lady. I just did a recent assignment of top 12 level management. There was no lady. And I was asking, as we actually did the policy, we were reviewing for them the policy. They already had the policy of mainstreaming gender, and it has been there for a long time. So I was asking them, so where have you? Because by the time we are reviewing the policy, you must have implemented for some times before we can review. So that's in an internal process. So why is the top management we have around here not, there's no single lady? And somebody just made a fun and says that now that you are the ladies on the other side, you're already balancing. But you see, as we are external parties, so you will be asking ourselves, we have this policy in place, we have done these programs, we have trained and all that, but the balance, the scale is showing one lady to maybe that, and they're saying, so you make a strategic decision and ask yourself, are our training on women in leadership doing the right thing? Are we doing the right thing? Are we training? Is our training targeting, or what is it that we are not doing well to encourage these people to develop confidence to take up positions? So it will allow you to take a strategic decision. You have to take a strategic decision. Again, you find that from your matrix, there's a strategic business department that you keep recruiting for. You analyze recruitment, the turnover ratio. And the turnover ratio in various strategic business centers is different. So you find that a strategic center somewhere, you're just training, you're just recruiting training, and it's just like a springboard. You train and people are going out. You recruit, train, and they're going out. So you're telling yourselves that what could be happening? Why are we recruiting so many times for this center, for this branch? Let's use it. Let's use a branch. So you find that branch X, you recruited for them, the turnover is stable, as in there's no, people are not leaving. There is a center that is, you recruited, you trained, you gave them, and they left. You recruited, so the business of the recruiting and sourcing department and the HR department is just recruiting, training, and only for one particular branch. Then you need to sit down and say, hey, okay. Or it could be a manager. Let's use, for example, the insurance industry. and you have, I know it's very sensitive, but these are facts that is happening. So maybe you are training for unit managers, they are units. So you train financial advisors for unit manager A, B, C, and D. At the end of the year, one particular unit manager does not even have one financial advisor. So you recruit again for the same person. Next year, you're recruiting again for the same person. So you want to look at, it's not just the end in numbers. You just don't have to say, we have this attrition and all this. Look at where's the source of the attrition. That is the point of analysis. You are doing analytics. Where's the source? What could be the reason? Why is this branch doing this? Why is this branch able to retain their workers? Move into the ground and find out. And when that is done, of course, it will translate to a strategic intervention. So it will mean maybe you'll train the managers on relationship management. You'll train your managers on mentorship, on how to mentor their teams. You'll train them on the impact, so many things, so that they can actually support the department, not that you just keep recruiting and recruiting for them. So it will inform the kind of strategies that you will put in place. So how many employees are utilizing the corporate e-book, e-learning, e-library learning resources? So I know of some of the organizations that they subscribe to e-learning resources annually. And so many books are made available online. So they have an online library where you borrow the book, you read, that kind of thing. You read online and all that kind of thing. So if you find that you spend so much money on corporate e-library, for 1,000 people. And when you want to check online, because there are tools that are available to tell you that these are people who are able to access the library and all that, and you find that only 6% of the people are using the services, the e-library. So you already know from your analysis that the learning culture, the leadership, the management books that are there, the resources that is being underutilized. And of course you'll pay. At the end of the year, you'll still pay, for example. So it means that you'll have to take a strategic decision on that. And maybe you sensitize more. Maybe you can say, let's sensitize the workers to know that the resources are available. Let's show them how they can be able to access, maybe through their phones, mobile resources. They can listen when they're on traffic and all that kind of thing. You can tell them what they need to do. You make a strategic decision that you can put them in groups and say that we are going to do this. So at the end of the day, it's not that you're just getting numbers. What we are saying is that measurements and numbers is not an end in itself. It has to go beyond measurements and metrics into analytics and into strategies. So it means the measurements and the metrics, you must be able to act. They must be actionable. They must be actionable. Let me give just ordinary examples that we always have. If you find a mistake at home, maybe you are a nursing mother and most of the time you find that things are not happening the way you would expect to do it at home. And maybe a number of times you've come home and you find that the door is open, the baby is sleeping, the house girl is not anywhere to be seen. Next time you come home and you have a small baby again, you come home at 3 o'clock, you find the baby is awake in the cot, no one is there, and they will always give an excuse. And you're saying, hey, this is the third time I'm finding this. Do you just keep quiet or you act? You must be able to act on that because something bad may happen soon. So we're saying everything that we do, we must be able to act. So you find that the measurements or the metrics that we get is not an end in itself, should be able to give you reasons to reflect. That's analysis. You look at it and reflect and say, wow, the accident rates are high this particular month or in this particular department. What do we need to do? We need to do health and safety training for these people. What is our target in terms of accident rate? Maybe 1% or 2% per year, because there are those things that may happen. But if you find that if that is your target, that at least 2 people get an accident two people get an accident, or 2% of the people get an accident in the, at least 2, maybe in the factory, and you find that in 1 month, something is happening, then you need to find out, you make a strategic decision, go to the ground, find out what could have been, what could be the reason why this is happening. Could it be the stress levels? What could be happening? What is the environment like? Is it the flow? Is it what? So what we are saying is that get the figures right. That is it. Look at the figures and reflect on them. Then take a decision. Take a strategic decision. Take a strategic decision. There are some situations, sometimes you see some networks among the youth and the teenagers. And we are all, or most of us could be bringing up teenage youth. And sometimes you look at the relationship and the nature of the relationship with some kids and you're like, hey, you know, your inner instinct tells you something is not right. And you begin to monitor. And maybe you're like, my son has been going out at this time and coming back at this time. That is one, so you keep quiet. Next time somebody is going out the same group of people, coming back at this time. So after you've made your own analysis, you sit somebody and tell, there's this place you keep going, and this is what's happening, and this, what is it that you're doing? You just inquire, because the more you sit and keep quiet, the more things get worse. The more things get worse. And we are bringing up children in different times where our challenges are so different from the challenges our parents were facing. And immediate intervention, prompt intervention into the activities before they actually move into that can help you reverse the trend or the direction in which that child is going. So you cannot be having, let me use this example for example, a teenage girl coming home at 7, so you keep quiet. Next time as a mother, the person comes home at 9, you're still quiet. So if you don't analyze that situation and put up a strategy, of course, there will be some consequences to that, and very dangerous consequences. So of course, as a mother or as a parent, you want to find out when the sun was setting, where were you, that you didn't see it was getting dark. You know, there's those things that you want to find out, you want to analyze, you want to probe, you want to engage. And therefore you come up with a strategy for that. So that is what we are saying, that when you collect metrics in all those areas, make sure that you are able to find out. Deciding what metrics are important to your business. As I mentioned earlier, we have over 600 HR metrics exist. And you can be lost, like the second picture there, you can be lost in a cloud of metrics. You don't know what to track. There are so many, you're trying to look on what to pick. but you can't see. You may not have the capacity and the human resources in terms of human resources, the competences, the resources, and even the time to track over 600 metrics in your organization. So what will we do at this level? When we are doing measurements, what will we do? One thing that I have to say here is beware of the vanity matrix. Beware of what we call vanity metrics. Vanity metrics are metrics that look so nice to track. They are very interesting to track, but it does not add value to the business. You cannot make any decision out of it. So, for example, if we are looking at maybe something, maybe documents somebody was able to download, maybe greeting materials, for example, from the internet, somebody downloading and visiting the site and all that time. Somebody may say that I downloaded 6 books to read. 6, the number is good. But did that person download and read the books? Again, look at what I was talking about, the customer calls. The customer's calls was 5,000. You said so many people inquired about our product. 5,000 people called our unit in the last quarter to find out more about our product. But the question is, how is that impacting on the business, the calls? It must be out of this number. That's why we are saying you move from metrics to analytics. They're saying if 5,000 people called, out of these 60% made sales, and therefore this can be able to impact on our decision in terms of increasing the number of workers, because it means we are doing more sales. We are increasing the numbers of production officers and the sales team to be able to serve the customers. So we're saying there could be so many metrics that could be very interesting to us, but it does not make any economic sense to any of us. And therefore, we need to look at the metrics that will add value. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and I was asking her, we are in, the way we are so many in these alumni groups. There are people who already have one for primary, there's one for high school, there's one for undergraduate, there are 2 for postgraduate, then you have another WhatsApp group for where? For college. You have for another one for professionals and all that. So I was telling, so we kind of lost somebody we were in school with, and I just called whether we could still remember, and we said Paula and all that kind of thing. So I was asking her, how come you don't comment? Most of the time you don't comment on the WhatsApp. And she was telling me, I have so many of these WhatsApp, if I keep commenting on all of them, I may not have time to do everything. So again, you may ask yourself, sometimes we are saying, with all these WhatsApp groups that we have, it is good that sometimes you can ask yourself, how many times do you comment? And what decisions, how is it affecting your business? Or what is the importance of that? So you can use that to make an informed decision on how you do relationship, because sometimes you find that there are those WhatsApp groups that are so good, and you find that, hey, how come I don't comment? And these people giving us, sometimes we just read. So when it comes to the title of the most silent person in the group, of course, it will come to you and me, of course, and many others who are there. But again, you want to know the value and all those kind of things. So there are so many things that we need to track, especially in the organization. Get to know the value addition of some of the activities that you are tracking. So don't track metrics that do not add value to the business. So what are the key considerations that you'll put in place to determine the metrics to track? One, of course, will be the metrics that speaks to the business goals and objectives, because of course your HR strategic objectives and your KPIs, I said from the beginning, make sure that you have a strategic human resource management concept in your mind. The HR strategic management is derived from the overall corporate strategy. It is cascaded down. So when you come up with the activities for each HR intervention, most of them will be speaking to key HR as key business strategies. So you'll be tracking metrics that are relevant and related, and the KPIs or the what is supposed to be achieved in the strategic HR department in response to the business strategy. And also maybe cascaded into the key important areas of the human resource circle. That means that you will be tracking metrics across the entire circle of HR. Don't just track metrics on employee relations, on the internal processes, maybe in the number of conflict resolution meetings that we had and all that. You'll be tracking from the beginning so that you know how many people were brought on board, how many did they left, how many did we train of these people, what is the impact of the training, what is our cost on this. So it means that you will have to look at the key metrics across the entire the employee circle, right from recruitment, training, maintenance, employee relations management, safety and health, all the way to succession planning. We realize that sometimes in terms of succession planning, people are going out in the next 1 year, 2 years. But you don't have a succession plan in place. If you're asked whether the person who is upgoing, who will fill into that position, we are not prepared. And we were discussing sometimes, and we were saying, if you look at some of the models that have been given on succession planning framework and the talent pipeline, it is saying at any given time, we should be having key critical positions in the organization. We should be having at least 2 people, so that if so-and-so is not in today, the programs of the organizations can go on uninterrupted. Because we are human beings and something can happen. Suppose today you are told so-and-so, who is a key person in the production line, is COVID positive. Sorry for that, has undergone quarantine. And we're saying a business is a continuous entity. It should not just stop because one person is not there. So we're saying, if you look at that talent pipeline, you should be having at least 2 people to fill into the critical position anytime in the next 3 months. I know there will be the challenge. We always say that it is so dangerous to prepare people to wait for position for eternity to open up. So those challenges will still exist, but you still have to make sure that you've prepared your people who will be ready in the next 1 to 2 years for that position. So that is what we are talking about, talent pipeline and talent mapping for key position, because you'll already identified your people, you've already sent them for key trainings, so that those are already there. So you will be looking at the entire circle. 3 key considerations that you'll put in place to determine the metrics to track is the nature of your industry. The nature of your industry. If you are in manufacturing, for example, and you're doing productions where the bottles are running down or something, machines are moving, safety, health and safety metrics will be very critical. There's no way you will overlook that. It will be very, very important. If you're in the health sector, you also have to be looking critically at the health and the cost of your employee. So the industry practice is a key consideration, because we are saying what metrics is being tracked by my competitor. If I'm in this industry, what will be the key metrics that you are tracking? Because a hospital will not be tracking the same metrics. There will be some that will be similar, but there will be some that will be very important for a hospital compared to maybe a research institution. A research institution, if you're researching in a research institution where research and development is so critical, you'll be looking at the number of innovation. The innovation rate will be very important for you. So we're saying some of the key consideration, as much as we are in the same, some will be similar based on the nature of the critical absenteeism rate, turnover rate, and all that. But there will be some specific metrics that are unique to particular case industries. So you'll also be the other point that you will be taking into consideration is the availability of data, because it might be too costly, too expensive, time consuming to pursue a matrix that its relevance is outweighed by the cost of tracking the metrics. The other matrix that is so important is productivity metrics. They are cutting across the industry. And those are the ones that will be speaking to output, the ones that will be speaking to financials, cost, especially on the financials, because the cost of finances is critical across. So the cost incurred vis-a-vis what we just mentioned, the return on investment, is a critical metrics to track. You'll also be looking at productivity, because in any case, why are you bringing people on board? You're not hiring them just to come and be there, but you'll be looking at their productivity in terms of performance. So performance metrics will be very, very critical, because if people don't perform, it will not translate to achievement of organizational goals. It will not translate to competitiveness of the industry or the organization. So those are some of the key consideration that you will be considering when we are looking at so we're looking at the business goals and objectives, employee circle. Make sure that you're doing metrics that are actionable metrics. Sorry. Actionable metrics, sorry for that. Actionable metrics is those metrics that add value. And I said that we are running away from the activity to mostly results-based functions or forums in the workplace. And therefore, as we look at the vanity matrix, as I was saying, it may be so interesting. Some of us would say, oh, but that is what the CEO wants to hear. That is what it's good to report. But is it actionable? Is it something that can add value to the business? because we are saying in most cases, we are supposed to be speaking to the business. So if it cannot enable you to translate that action or that matrix into the business strategy or into the value addition to the business, then we have no business to track that metric. So we'll track the metric that add value, because if we look at something like the percentage number of employees getting sick and the number of absenteeism as a result of sickness, that of course in itself will impact positively on service delivery. And therefore everybody or every HR concern will try and see how do you bring down the rate of absenteeism? And of course you'll be making decisions on what could be the cause of absenteeism. What could be the causes of these rates of absenteeism? So track metrics that are relevant to your industry, and therefore you will find out what is what are the key metrics that are being tracked by key players in the industry. Then look at your goals, because we are saying the activities that you are supposed to be doing, if you remember what I had given you earlier, the linkage between the business. You remember something here? Let me go back to that. This one. So you could be having not necessarily these perspectives here. The HR strategic priority areas could be all the 7 goals. Maybe you can have the 7 objectives, strategic objectives, or the strategic priority areas in your organization. And of course, they will fall mostly on financial, customer, internal, maybe innovation. It could be innovation, research and development. There could be so many issues that you're looking at based on your strategic objectives. So when you come up with the HR interventions here, of course, from these alone, it will tell you then what measure will be important for you. And that's why we are saying it will be related, the measurements will be related to your strategic business priority areas. You have 4 priority areas, you have 5, depending on your nature of your organization. So it means, therefore, what does this mean? It means, therefore, that you have to look at the strategic objectives of your organization and see how you are speaking to them. And sometimes we have challenges. Sometimes there's a training I was conducting and somebody says that we have organizations who we don't even have a strategy. So where do we begin? Where do we begin to track? Yet already, I cannot align my interventions and my practices to the strategic priority areas. And the truth be said, very few of us have strategic HR strategy. Very few organizations have developed HR strategies. And then mostly what I know is that we have HR policies. But HR strategy, I don't know. I know very few HR practitioners I've related with, but they've never developed a HR strategy. And therefore they're like, oh, okay, now you're telling us to link our KPIs to HR strategy. We don't even have that HR strategy. So does it mean we don't track? Because we have not been able to cascade the HR strategy from the business strategy. So do we just stay without doing that? There's always a starting point. That's why we are saying there will be so many factors to consider, even as you try to align your HR practices to the business priority areas, as you cascade the HR strategy, you must link it. That's why I said from the beginning, the foundation for Matrix is strategic orientation. You must have the strategic mindset. A strategic mindset is very critical. And you're deriving the HR strategy from the business strategy, because we're saying HR must speak to the business. How do you speak to the business? You speak to the business strategically. And therefore, it will mean that what you are tracking is what is affecting the business goal. That said and done, of course, this will be one of the key considerations to determine the key metrics, because you'll have different strategic goals to pursue in the next 5 years after you review the policy and all that. But then, I've said again, there could be other factors that will influence your determination, which we've talked about. Critical metrics being tracked by the key players in the industry. Of course, we come from a sector, we come from an industry. So apart from the business goals and objectives, we must be able to track key metrics that are in the industry. Of course, I say don't concentrate on metrics in one area of HR, thematic areas. Look at the entire employee circle and ensure that at least you're not only tracking metrics in one area. Strike a balance, not so many, but at least few that are so relevant and important for the entire circle, so that if you look at all the metrics that we have, maybe to a large extent, I went to another organization, they were mainly concerned on productivity and employee performance metrics. So that was all they were doing. They were only tracking metrics on performance and productivity. Employee value addition, they were mainly looking at the performance of the employees only, the performance appraisal index and all that. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at, you could be wasting so much time insisting on employee performance and complaining why employees are not performing, but you're not also looking at the metrics on training and the analytics related to training. You could be looking so much at productivity metrics and you're not looking at employee recruitment costs and exit, the cost of exit. And you're saying we want to recruit the top best employees. We succeed doing that. But again, can we look at the cost? Compensation metrics, it's important. So that at least we have a balance across the board. You're saying these are critical factors to track in terms of exit, compensation, maintenance. Because if you look at the internal processes, and we are focusing so much on maybe the number of, that this year we had 0 discipline actions and all that. Or the number of employees who left us were not on disciplinary. You had maybe 2 people left on grounds of discipline. The others are leaving, so you feel like you are doing so well in discipline, but you have so many people doing voluntary exits. So as much as you are trying to mitigate the culture and ensure that people are not leaving because of discipline issues, you've tried to ensure that the culture is right, people are not leaving on discipline issues, and you only had 2 summary dismissals. But again, in overall, even if people are not leaving on disciplinary grounds, what is the overall turnover? Even those who are leaving without discipline cases, you need to find out and then you act. That's why we are saying it has to be actionable, so that you're not only focusing on performance, but people are leaving and you're not aware. You're mainly focusing on improving the training, and you're training the people and the ones that you have trained. So find out if these people who left, how many had you trained and what is the impact on the bottom line? What is the impact of that on the bottom line? So those are some of the key challenges that we face, especially in the industry as we are practicing, and we are trying to determine, hey, this matrix ni mingi sana, which one do I go for and which one do I not go for? Of course, turnover matrix is very critical. Absenteeism matrix is very critical for you to track. And metrics, and therefore those are metrics that are actionable. You can be able to act on them. So I still go back to this. I want to illustrate further illustration on how you cascade the business strategy. I felt that it's still important for us to be able to look at that. So you cascade the HR strategy from the business strategy. So make sure that you have the business strategy. In the first line, the top box on business strategy, there will be key different priority areas. So you divide that box into business priority area 1. Some people will call the key results area. Others will be calling the thematic areas of the business. So you focus on the key thematic areas, you divide them into the number. Maybe you have 4 key areas of your business. Then you come up with the business. So after you've come up with all these strategic objectives, of course, in each priority areas of your business, you will have, if you look at your strategy, your business strategy, each of those business priority areas will have a goal or maybe a broad objective, and maybe some divided small specific objectives. In the broad business category here, again, you'll have the strategy to achieve each goal and the activities. So that will be at the higher corporate level. Now, HR needs to speak to that business. And that's why I'm saying here now you come up with HR strategies. HR strategies, and that is derived from the business strategies. So most of the time, you find that the HR strategies, we are really underdeveloped in terms of HR strategy. You find that the HR strategies mostly do not run within the same period of the business strategy. The business strategy is 2018-2022. We have a HR strategy 2020-2025. Because of the key results areas that we are operating with, it might still be very relevant that it will still speak to the next period of business. But in most cases, we are saying that at the beginning of a business strategy, as a new business strategy is developed, maybe we have a new business strategy. It is always important as a department to try to align your HR strategy to the business strategy, so that if the business strategy is the business of expansion into new areas, you have a plan also that if the business is business expansion into new frontiers. So if the business is going to open a branch in Southern Sudan, if the business has been confined previously in Nairobi, and you are now going to Nyeri, you want to open a branch in Nyeri. The business strategy is opening another branch in Kisumu. It is opening another branch in Western Kenya at the coast. That is business expansion strategy. So what is the HR strategy to speak to that? It means you must be developing branch managers for the various branches because the head office is here. So you're saying you are beginning new operations in Kakamega County, for example. And of course, HR, you'll be saying as we go to, we need to achieve this. So there'll be the time frame to achieve this by 2020, 2022, 2024. You in the HR department is saying as the business is moving to Western Kenya, of course, you have to have a HR business plan for that. what is the structure that will be there. So you put in place the structure, and of course you will have to have the top management there. You have to have the top management reporting to the head office in Nairobi. You have to have the employees for various departments, maybe a financial officer there. You must have a marketing officer, depending on what business you're going to do in Western Kenya. So you must, this HR strategy will be speaking to one priority area or key business priority area of expansions, and we are opening this branch by this time. Of course, that will be followed by a HR strategy to respond to that. And when you do that, then you do the actions. The action points is responding to that strategy: deployment, recruitment, training, and all that. And that will give you the KPI. That is meant for that. If we say that we will move to Western Kenya by this, the time the business was moving to Western Kenya, were we able to deploy? And if we removed a head of a department from one of the departments in the headquarters, were we able to fill within the filling time required? How long did it take us to be able to fill the vacancies there? Because sometimes the business center is open in Kirinyaga, it's open in Mombasa. The business has moved there, but the HR has not moved. Maybe we have a very lean staff and we have not been able to fill in most of the positions because we have not been prepared. So it means we have to respond, and that will determine the key priority areas as you do your box here for each objective, each strategy, the actions, and what will show you that that has been done. And that will be able to give you what metrics will you measure and why. So that is basically the key business, because the HR strategy to a large extent determines the business contribute or speaks to the business. So what is the future of HR measurements and metrics? So this one is meant for our discussion. And what is the HR outlook in 2020? And do you think HR measurements and metrics has a future? So get a piece of paper and then write a few points on that. What is the HR outlook in 2020 moving forward? And let's discuss. Write down what you think about the 2020 moving forward in terms of HR measurements and whether it's going to make any sense. Of course, there will be key challenges. So can we discuss together? Unmute and then you raise up your hand and you give us some information of what you know. Can we engage somebody? Tell us something. Dennis, where are you? So if you look at the HR matrix or HR outlook in 2020, mostly, of course, we've had a very difficult environment together in terms of it is a depressed economy in terms of COVID 2019 or COVID-19. And mostly the challenge has been the health issues and the health concerns. So you'll find that even as we move forward, the HR mostly will be doing, or the movement especially will be online working. E-working environment is very critical. And you'll want to be able to track and ensure that employees, even as they work from remote environments, as employees work from remote environments, they can be able to deliver their assignments. So you'll be able to track a lot of offsite performance management by the employees. You'll also be looking at the trainings, focusing mainly on health trainings. I remember most trainings or most resources that we had for trainings for most of county governments that we were to conduct training. Most resources, what the government did was to focus mostly resources to address the virus, the coronavirus. And you find that most of the trainings that we are focusing mostly currently are mainly on how to mitigate those health concerns and all that. So trainings are still ongoing, but the metrics that you'll be tracking so much is the human capital health. You really want to look at the health of your workforce and whether you are able to sustain them, and internal processes in ensuring that risk mitigation measures are actually taken into consideration. So we are saying that the future of HR metrics is very bright. We are actually, many organizations are beginning, because I said you cannot jump into predictive workforce analytics unless you begin doing the measurements. So there will always be a starting point, and we will always want to know what activities are we doing and what do we need to do. So the future of HR measurements and analytics is very bright. There's so much interest in measuring all those data that are actionable and speaking to the business. And there's so much alignment. I know I've done a few organizations who wanted their HR strategy be aligned to the business strategy. So people are beginning to embrace, people are beginning to actually develop HR strategies that are related to the business, so that they are speaking the business language. So the trend is positive to a larger extent towards measurements and metrics. And the other issue that is so critical for HR measurements and metrics is the need for coming up with standardized ways of doing things, so that to be more objective rather than subjective, because how do we arrive at a certain measure? So the world is moving towards that. The future of HR measurements is very critical also, in the sense that many organizations today are beginning to look at the human resource department as a cost unit. And as a cost unit, they are looking at what would be the people factor and people contribution to the business of the organization. Because let it be said, it's obvious that even if you have the human capital required, if you have the money you need, you have the tools and the equipment, without the correct, appropriate human resources required to deliver on the business, then it means that we are not going to do anything. you cannot achieve without people. The people factor still is very critical and very important for the business. And therefore, we are going to focus mostly on metrics that are actionable, metrics that are related to the business of the enterprise. We are only going to focus on metrics that are industry related and very critical for the industry, so that we are not lost. HR measurements and human capital measurements in terms of even competences, people are even measuring emotional quotients. People are even measuring the human capital competence levels, so that we are not just saying that we have top-notch employees, but we are saying in this department, do people have the required skills? How many people, as much as we are saying we want our workforce to be all-round workforce, we want to know that there are areas that are obviously highly specialized. Engineering department, we talk about all those functional areas. It requires functional competent skills. We cannot run away from that as much as we want everybody to be all around. And that is why we're providing for specialized training in HR, engineering, law, and all that, because you cannot be having knowledge on everything. So as much as we focus on that, we are saying people will be focusing so much on that knowledge and the people to be self-independent. So you want to see how much of your workforce can be able to perform without a lot of supervisions and a lot of interest and all those kind of pushing and all that. You want to know, it is so important to know what is the percentage of the youth, the percentage of the people who are exiting versus the youth, and the entrance into the workforce. That will be critical for you to do an effective succession planning. I remember we were working in another county government, and we realized that the veterinary, the senior veterinary officer was going on retirement, but there was no succession plan. He was the only one in the department. There's no succession plan in place, and people were wondering at that time when we asked them, where is the succession plan for this? And they said they've not even begun to think about it. And I think numbers will be very important to find out. And of course, it will determine whether actually you are responding and giving feedback to the business goals. As we summarize, therefore, we are saying that there is rising importance of human resource measurements and metrics. Again, listen here. As I said earlier, just like in a learning institution, measuring the performance of the students or evaluating the performance of the students is not an end. The reason why we do continuous assessment processes is to actually establish whether learning has taken effect. Whether learning has taken effect. So measurements and metrics, when you get the feedback, you act on it. You have done, maybe your student is a candidate and we've been doing online performance and all those. I realized that initially I have a candidate as a parent. We are all in this together in a total mess. I have a class 8 candidate. Initially his marks was 400, 408, 410. But now we've been doing Zoom classes, just like most of us have been. So recently they were subjected to an examination and his marks came to 370, 78 precisely. And I was like, okay, now where is the problem? Because the classes have been ongoing, but we all know the challenges that have been there. And I'm sure even performing, sometimes when he's not supervised to attend the class, he just put on the phone and he's not in class. And I think there are so many challenges me and I are facing, especially with the youth. When you go, you leave them to open and join the classes, they are not there, especially when you are not in. So we're saying, when we evaluate and find out a measure and look at that, so it means that we do a strategic action. You say now we'll be doing one assignment every evening. I know it's a challenge for all of us as parents, but we have to see how do we help the students and even the teachers to ensure that the children do not regress from 401 all the way to 200, because that is possible given all this. We have looked at the importance of return on investment in human resources. So when you recruit, look at what is happening in the sports industry. Those of us who are following football, they are purchasing. There is what we call the transfer window. Immediately after the end of the sporting period, there is what we call a transfer window, where they are buying players. They buy players, and of course, I heard another time that there are players that are too expensive. They cannot be, organizations cannot afford to purchase them because of somebody like Messi. Of course, I know he's one of the top players. But if you are buying that person, you must have made a very critical strategic decision on sustainability, because his rates, his wages are not just anybody's wages. And we know those some of the top players in the world. So when the football teams or the Europa teams or what those football teams are purchasing a player, they're looking at the return on investment. They don't just purchase for the sake of it, but they're looking at what will this guy bring on board. Similarly, when we are doing a training, we are doing recruitment of new employees. When we are putting a succession planning matrix in place and we are training, we must be able to look at, if we invest so much in this person, what should be the return on that? We have also learned on how to integrate and design a HR model. I said a HR model is just a framework on how we do HR planning. And I say there are no universal models that are being used, universally accepted. Everybody, even you today, you can develop your own model and implement. So everybody has a way in which they design. So we've discussed and agreed that models are just there to give us direction, to give us a proper way to study and understand human resource management. Sorry. Models are there to justify some of the decisions that we take as human resource practitioners. And we can be able to get to do effective communication when we use some of the models. It makes our work easier. When we look at some of the models that have been developed, the people, the processes, and so many other relationships that interact there, we are able to understand the relationship between various variables. That if you ensure that your organization have an appropriate organizational climate, organizational culture, the culture of your organization is not toxic, everybody can be able to perform and deliver. It should be able to tell you that if the right people are on board, the right structures are on board, but there is no effective communication, then there's a problem. Even if you put on an effective recruitment mechanism in place and there is no efficient maintenance of workers and retention strategies, it is just doing a lot of activities that is not giving us what we want. The critical aspect of metrics and measurements will be the strategic human resource measurements and how you link them to the business goals and objectives. You must be able to cascade You must be able to cascade those strategies. And that's why we were saying at the beginning, the foundation for strategic human resource management, the foundation for metrics is strategic resource management. If you've been hearing my conversations most of the time, I'm talking about metrics and analytics, because I'm saying metrics is not an end. You have to analyze. Each measure, you analyze and you give a strategy, an activity. You give an activity for that, because measurements in themselves is not an end to the process. The balance scorecard, you make sure that your processes is speaking to the customer, speaking to the internal and external customer if need be. It is looking at the financial resources of the business, look at the internal processes, the customer, and the internal human capital development, that is growth and learning. What is, if you look at knowledge and learning, what is the knowledge management and the learning management architecture in your organization? Do you have a plan where people are learning? There are people, there's somebody I know, when we were doing skill gap analysis for one of the organizations, we realized that they have so much competences in some technical teams, but there is no succession plan in place. And somebody was saying that as I retire, my qualification is mainly in gene production. You know, these very technical scientists on genes, understanding genes, and all those very technical things in gene production and all that. And he says, as I join the community there, I may not need knowledge on genes and germ plasma. He also talks about very technical things in science, and he was saying, the people there will not need that knowledge. The people there need effective communication. They will need people relation skills, and that's what I want. But I need a succession plan. I need people to actually be able to deliver this knowledge, because even if I go home with this knowledge, it won't help me anywhere. So are we having a learning process that we have attached our people and assigned them to be able to learn? So that means that even in our balanced HR scorecard, we should be able to ensure that that learning relationship, people are being attached and people are being trained, and there's proper alignment and attachment. Even as we prepare our employees for retirement, we are training them for retirement, but are we piping those who are fitting into their shoes even as they leave? So those are some of the issues that we are talking about in terms of, so we are saying again, when you begin to track the metrics, kindly focus on measurements that matters to the business, actionable measures. Actionable measures. Don't look at things that are interesting. I remember we talked about the vanity metrics that are interesting to look at, but it's not adding any value. And I remember I gave you that there's need for results-based. It's not the number of activities that you have done. It's not the number of recruitments or the number of trainings that you have done and the cost that has been incurred, but look at how does that affect your business decision. And therefore, as I conclude, there is no way we are going to divorce measurements from analysis and strategies. You measure, you analyze, you put an action plan, you strategize. So basically, what we are saying is that HR measurements will move from just measuring and getting the figure. you have to do HR analytics, and you use it for prediction and use it for strategies. Use it for prediction and use it for strategies. You will not get lost in focusing on the metrics because there are critical metrics that are being tracked by the industry. There are critical metrics that are being tracked by across the HR circle that are coming out, standing out very strongly. There are also metrics that are important across the board. So that takes us to a Q&A session, and maybe we need to discuss a few areas. We will go back and discuss more. So mostly let's have a discussion on what we've learned today. Any questions? So unmute and maybe you give us questions on a few issues.
Hi, thank you very much, Dr. Serem. It has been such a good session. I wanted to contribute on when you asked us about the HR Outlook 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is something that is very interesting because of the situation we find ourselves in.
Mm-hmm.
In COVID. People are working from home. You'll find that a lot of jobs are falling off,
Mm-hmm.
and new ones are coming in. And in the new jobs that are coming in, analytics is everywhere. Everyone wants people who can do analytics.
Mm-hmm.
And probably you'll find that there'll be a new role for people who can manage people working from home, maybe work from home executive, who knows. But our new reality is that without analytics, we cannot, our profession our profession needs analytics going forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mishiri. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's still hear from us.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Ari.
Good afternoon.
My name is Liz. I'm a HR professional. I work in the water sector.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to understand, you said there are over 600 metrics. And my question is, which are the specific metrics you could recommend for somebody working in the water utility in relation to the HR metrics that are supposed to be quantified or analyzed?
Okay.
And number two, you also talked about the HR model.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of our sector again, so that we align it with the HR business strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Which model would you recommend in those kind of areas?
Okay.
Otherwise, thank you very much. This was a very good insight on the metrics, and this is the way to go.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. I think to answer on your question on the metrics that will be tracked, especially for the water sector, this is mostly a utility area. So mostly, as I said earlier, I had given you some of the key. If you look at this slide here, it is speaking about we have a lot of metrics that are being tracked. Let me go back to that. So these are the very common, that's why I'm calling it the common HR metrics. There are over 600, yes. But if you look at these slides, I just picked some of the common metrics that most high-performing organizations and top HR said organizations are currently tracking. And if you look at some of them, of course, you'll be looking at when you bring people on board in terms of employees into the water sector, there is the cost that you are also bringing in for mostly recruitment. In the water sector, I know I'm not so much experienced in the water sector, but I know it's a very technical area, especially for the engineers and all that. And therefore, the cost of training, if for example, an organization like the water sector, like Nairobi Water, and maybe the water board systems in many of the county governments, you're using a lot of technical skills, and maybe the training cost for these people is not that easy. And if you were to take a trainer for an external course, maybe in Europe, maybe one employee could even cost you up to 200 2 million in terms of only training one engineer. And in such a situation, the cost of training will be very critical. And of course, in such a person, what happens if you train such a person and immediately they leave? So you will also be very interested in retention capacity of highly trained workforce, because the labor law, of course, does not have the freedom to sell my labor wherever I want. But again, what strategies, if of course you train me today and I resign tomorrow, having been trained with 2 million, what is the return on investment? And that's why such a return on investment on the worker will be so critical. I remember we went into a production factory another time. These people are doing, their factory is actually located in an export processing zone, Kitengela. And what these people were doing is because of production, their machines that are so technical, they have to be imported, they have to have somebody to install. External clients are the ones who are servicing the machines and all that. So they had to take one of their top production engineer for a 6-month course out of the country. The guy went, did the training, came back, delivered for another 6 months. Then that was a continuous training. Then the next year again, he was going for a continuation of the previous training. And when he reached the airport, he gave the driver an open resignation letter to the HR, saying, I can no longer work here. And you're already sending somebody, already you've paid for the flight and everything. Somebody's gone out of the country, but you've paid the tickets, you've paid for him to be out there for all that. So, such metrics, you'll need to find out how much, what is, especially such very high cost will be very, very critical. The training investment factor and how will it impact? If you're using your money, so much money to train particular category of workers, then your key strategy will be retention. What are you going to put in place that you don't train for exit? So there will be some, and as I said, based on the industry, it is very challenging. So you'll also be actually looking at that. Again, in such a situation, as you look at the internal mechanism and all that, you're looking at the revenue factor for the teams that are actually bringing in revenue. You are able to sell the water, but is there revenue? How is the revenue? The people who are bringing in revenue collections and all that. So productivity for you will also be a very critical indicator, because at the end of the day, people will be consuming, but we are not paying. So you'll want to look at the people who are actually out there. Are they actually doing the right thing? So productivity per employee and actually being able to go out and bring revenue will be very, very critical. So I think those ones are some of them. I think maybe I can ask maybe the participants if there's anybody who can give us other metrics that will be very critical, because I know recruitment of quality people, training of those people will be very critical, retention and their return on investment is very critical. Turnover will be very important, because there's no way you train people and they're just leaving. Of course, the people who are working on the sites, of course, you'll also be looking at health and safety. The safety index of your organization will also be very important for you in that case. Any contribution from members so that we are not, some people could be having more experience, and you know, this is a two-way learning. I'm also learning, you're also learning. Anybody? Okay, in regard to models, I told you there are so many models, and you don't pick one model and apply. There are aspects that you are borrowing from various. And I just showed you examples. I think we will go into deeper detail into each and every model so that we are able to look at the application. Because some of the models that I've given you there, they are those ones that are traditional, but they're still very relevant, and they are emerging, new emerging models. So we'll be able to look, and models vary. For recruitment is different, for succession planning is different, for talent management and talent pipeline, talent and succession planning will be different. So each one will be, so it requires that we unpackage the whole model factor and be able to look at what is it that you can borrow. Because not everything that is said by one model is applicable entirely into your system, because there will be some things that you'll borrow and some will not be relevant. So that needs us to unpackage that much later. But I think there are new emerging models that maybe we would need to focus on. Yeah, thank you. Any other question?
Yes. Yes, I've raised my hand.
Okay.
Can I contribute?
Yeah, go ahead and contribute.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the session. It's very informative. I was just listening to you about the people whom you train and they go away with it after a very expensive training. Maybe some organizations are now making an agreement that after you train, you must stay the number of years you took training before you can leave the organization, or pay the full cost of training, but still that doesn't help the organization with the skill they required. So it is a challenge. Thank you very much for the session.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Alice, for that. Yeah. Somebody else raise your hand and contribute. Evelyn, Amolo, anybody who out there with something to contribute? Tell us something. Dennis, where are you? You say something. Did you learn something?
Dr. Serem, I have something to contribute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the session. It was quite informative.
That is who?
This is Sandy.
Okay, Sandy, thank you.
Yeah, Sandy Omolo. It was quite informative. And it seems like it's a session that requires more time, to be honest, because there are so many things that need to be covered. And probably it's something that you can break down in other sessions. You pick maybe one topic of discussion, and probably just divulge into that in detail, you know, whether it's the models, whether it's the metrics, and stuff like that. Yeah.
I agree with you, because when I was preparing this, you know, we are given the course outline to prepare. And I actually told Dennis that I will be doing a lot of injustice to the trainees, especially on these issues of models, because if we need to look at the measurements for the HR, maybe we need to really focus only on measurements. The next time we look at the models, we need to look at the models only cutting across. So I think there is a way in which we will be able to design the curriculum, because this is also a curriculum that we are following. Thanks so much, Sandy, for that advice. But we had also noted with Dennis that we will moving forward, we'll be able to advise. and also see how we can, the key areas, because like if you look at these HR models alone, especially the ones that are, if you look at the traditional ones that are actually laying the foundation for the human resource personnel, there are so many. And if you look at the emerging models towards the direction in which we are taking in the 21st century, they are also emerging. The HR value addition model, how it is adding value. If you look at the 9 box matrix or box, it's also something new. So I think, as I said earlier, I agree with you. We will be able to look at a session where we will only focus on one agenda. That is the HR models and modeling tools. Thank you so much for that. I agree.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, Daktari.
Hello.
My name is Esther Obita.
Mm-hmm.
I'm joining you from Nakuru. I have a question.
Yeah.
The topic today was on HR measurement and metrics, and
yeah.
I would actually suggest if we could actually have the mathematical formulas of doing various calculations when you're actually doing, say, the return on investment of employees in different categories, say maybe if you're dealing with succession, if you're dealing with trainings and different aspects.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other contribution?
Yes, Doctor, it's Liz again.
Yes.
I just want to add on what my colleagues have said on the HR metrics. Maybe if you can consider another session where you'll just take us through the analysis.
Okay.
Analysis of how to calculate this, so that when you're presenting this on your dashboard, you are able to
know how to go about.
You know how to go about it, maybe through graphs, through Excel. So such kind of scenario. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other point? Contribution from other members? Any other contribution? Any other issue?
Hi, Daktari.
Hi.
My name is John.
Yes, John.
Also a HR professional.
Yeah.
For some of us who joined the presentation late, we'll like maybe to leverage on your experience. Maybe you can go through your profile again so that we exactly know who you are and your expertise. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Rhoda Serem. I took you through this, the HR measurements and HR metrics. In terms of my qualification, I'm a trainer by profession. My first degree was in education. Then I diverted into management practice and did MPA in human resource management. And I've also done a lot in terms of HR issues. My PhD is also in human resource management, and mainly a management consultant. I run a management consultant, and mostly I deliver on trainings and development of HR strategies, development of corporate strategies. I do a lot of corporate strategies. I think from last year and this year, I've delivered 13 corporate strategies and 3 HR strategies that are aligned to the business strategy. And I have one that I'm concluding on the corporate strategy. I do a lot of technical and training support to county government, and mostly in various areas. We do revenue trainings, revenue generation, service reengineering training. We've done a lot also in terms of looking at the trainings on performance management and developing of performance management systems in different parts. I've been training and teaching at the same time for many years, but now I'm more focused on HR and business management consultancy. We do a lot of surveys in terms of risk assessment, corruption risk assessment for state corporations. We are also doing quite a number of assignments in terms of overall corporate policies and HR policies. We deliver on mostly issues to do with performance management frameworks and performance appraisal systems, and how it can be aligned, and developing the key performance indicators for the organization. So
can I add a question? Could you give us your contact, please? Or the name of where you can be found, or Dennis will do that.
Alice Mayaka, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The details and the contacts of the trainer will be shared with you on your portal.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now that we have come to the end of the training, I usually at this particular juncture allow our people to give feedback. Feedback on, and I guess everybody has participated in the polling that was ongoing on the portal, on the webinar, so that we are able to know on the areas where we would be required to improve during our next training. Dr. Stanley Karanja, you are there?
Yes, I'm there.
Say something.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dennis. And thank you to Dr. Serem. That was a detailed, it was a detailed presentation, a detailed training. Thank you very much. And thank you for fantastic organization. However, members, something else that you can complement and be able to know how you can develop better metrics. Daktari has shared with us the balance scorecard. That is the model. Then there is also the model of the HR business partner, where you look also at those perspectives, where you look at the customer perspective. What are the metrics that are you going to derive as a HR in the customer perspective? Which are the metrics that you are going to derive in the financial perspective? Which are the ones that you're going to derive in the process perspective? And you being the HR in the L&D, learning and development, you have the more fundamentals that have been well explained by Dr. Serem, which are very essential. However, my name being Dr. Stanley Karanja from Stan Consulting Group Limited, I have dealt with many organizations in these matters, and also SMEs. And you'll be able to see the biggest challenge that HR people get is to be able to develop even the simplest of all metrics, and even be able to stamp foot within the organization, their critical contribution in the business. And I think HR practitioners, when they understand the HR metrics, they can be able to be more relevant and be more appreciated at the workplace. Many of the organizations in our country and around the world are at the level of SMEs, and you'll discover HR profession is not taken seriously. But when we are able to understand what Daktari has taught us today, we will be able to have a contribution which is evident within the organization. Why is it that many of the head of finance, head of customer perspective, that's sales and marketing, shine within the organization? During this pandemic, we must also, as HR practitioners, be able to come with metrics that can help guide the organization through the pandemic or through this endemic. I think it's a great opportunity, Dennis, for the great work that has been aligned with the presentation and the training from Dr. Serem. What Dr. Serem has trained us today, you even don't need 90%. You need just to implement 10% of that, and you'll be shining in the organization. HRs, many at a time, don't come out to be able to show by numbers, by data, the evolution of things, and as a solution provider within the organization. If we are able to do this, we will be able to help organization. There is no organization without people. HR helps the customer perspective by getting the right people. HR helps the financial perspective by having also the right people with financial skills. It is HR that guides the right people, the right skills in the process perspective, the production, the policies. So I think this is it was one of the great training that has been shared today. And I think as many members have asked the organizers to be able to break down into simple, the following of this training. Now you take a simple thing, then you break down, for example, return on investment. When you are training organizations, many HR do not understand how to calculate a return on investment. And this is where you're required to connect even on the revenue generation before the training and after, but again, be able to determine the right time span to be able to generate that. So that right now during this pandemic, why is it that every organization is thinking on stopping the HR training and development? And this is the right time they need to be investing in people with the new skills to deal during the pandemic. So again, all HR practitioners, I think it's the right time. The metrics, the measurements, we need to up our game, and we shall deliver during this pandemic and beyond, and to be able to salvage the situation of where we are. Thank you again. Thank you, Dennis, for the opportunity. Thank you, Daktari, for that great work, detailed presentation, and also your breath. You have survived for very many hours delivering to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sana. Thank you.
Someone else? Thank you, Dr. Stanley Karanja. Thank you for, actually that is a very great and very deep overview of the training program. And maybe if I could add on that, our next training will be on the HR balanced scorecard. And as Dr. Salem said, we are in the process of making the curriculum for our certification. That is the Certified Human Resource Manager. It's registered by the government. It's actually a certification program. There are two of them, the Certified Human Resource Manager and the Certified Human Resource Director. One of the topics therein is the HR measurement and metrics. And then there is also the HR balanced scorecard. Then there is the HR strategies and policies. So by the end of the day, we've also tried as much as possible to break down the big training into simple, understandable, deliverable lessons. Now, our next training on 22nd November, that is next Saturday. And when we began 4 years ago, we had an open meeting with most HR professionals who said, okay, they would prefer Saturday to weekdays so that one can be able to participate in the training without a lot of
other challenges, because during the week, our people are involved in many other activities. So on Saturday, 22nd, we shall be having the HR balance, not balanced, HR scorecard. It will be delivered by CHLPK, Jocelyn Omusebe. Madam Omusebe is doing her thesis in human resource management. Actually, she's through. She's waiting to graduate with, we see what happens. So she'll be handling that. And for those who remember last weekend, she gave us a very good training on leading with creative thinking. So we look forward to participating in that particular training. For those who are participating in today's training, they would pay 1,000, because we are also keen in retaining our clients, retaining our participants. There are those who join us along the way, they pay the stated fee of 2,500. Now, the good thing with our trainings for the HR professionals is, number one, they are approved to earn members CPD points. We normally do not hold free trainings because we don't want to waste anyone's time. We want you to participate in a training that would add value, not only to your knowledge, but also into your continuous professional development. So, as we continue doing this discussion, there is one other item that you require to do so that you are able to get your certificate. For those who have not logged into into our e-learning portal, that is achlp.biz, kindly do so, because IHRM at the time of approving the CPD program requires me to send to them the list of participants of a particular webinar. So for instance, after this training, I need now to compile the list of all those. I need to run the attendance register. I do that from the achlp.biz portal. Everyone who registered for this particular training, their names needs to be delivered to IHRM, so that by the time you go to 2021, you will not have a problem in accessing your CPD points or renewing your either practicing license or your membership. Now, having said that, it is of importance for you, if you've not done so. I know Dr. Karanja, you enrolled today?
Yes.
Now I'm going to approve that. So anyone who is participating in today's webinar and has not enrolled on the portal, kindly do so immediately after this. Then another thing, if you log into your portal, unfortunately today when I woke up, there is no electricity here. So I'm not able to use I'm actually using my phone. If I was using my laptop, I would be able to present, I would have presented to you as I did last time, the use of the e-learning portal, how it works. And for those who logged recently, maybe today or yesterday, you must have realized that we've upgraded that portal. It looks different from the way it was last week. Now, we usually do that to a number you have access without problems. Every time you log into your portal, it takes you to upcoming courses. Select the course, make your payment, and submit. Once you've submitted, don't worry. Don't even be worried like my course is still pending. Don't worry, I'll do that in due course. And if you have not blocked our emails from accessing your mailbox, you would be able to receive the course confirmation. The course confirmation comes with the webinar details, the webinar link, the webinar ID, and the webinar password. Again, if that does not come, log into your portal, because in the morning, by yesterday evening, I usually, by the last day, I've always approved all the courses or all the participants who wished or who had paid or enrolled for a particular webinar. Now, if you log into your portal again, go to my courses. Under my courses, you will see those columns. One of them is headed presentation. If you click on the click view for your particular course, then on the left panel, you're able to access the webinar link. Again, the webinar ID, they are usually there. However, when I realize that maybe somebody is having challenges in accessing that, then I post the link into the groups. Okay, ours is a paid Zoom account. It can accommodate 1,000+ people, so no problem. Even those who had not paid, they are able to pop in and participate, but they cannot access their certificates, and they cannot also get their CPD. But for purposes of unity, those who participated today and had not paid, kindly do so and enroll again on the achlp.biz portal. Now I'll open the floor for discussions. Dr. Karanja, I would want you to participate in next week's training. I'll share with you after this.
Yes, I agree.
I want you to participate as a panelist. I'll give you the topics you'll cover.
No problem.
And having said that again, if you are participating today and you are a trainer and you feel you have fire in your belly, you can na siku hizi hata usiogope, we are doing this kwa webinar. You are hiding in your house, nobody is even seeing you. See, like, you know, there are those people who are shy in front of a crowd. This one, you are at the comfort of your office or home. If you feel you can do training, let me know. Dr. Salem will tell you, we began with her in when was it, Dr. Salem? 2017, is it? 2017. And okay. We have, yes, and we have mentored trainers so that, you see, we in HR, the best thing you can do is consultancy. The Academy of Certified Human Resource Professionals will give you the stepping stone to go out there and conquer the world. So feel free to share with me, to talk to me. We have various WhatsApp groups, over 30 of them, all of them full with HR, full to capacity, 250 participants in each group. Each group near HR professionals. Every day they share information with one another. They share best practices. They discuss issues affecting the HR profession in Kenya. In fact, silently, we run the HR profession, silently. Like there is that person who wants to participate in vying for a position. We are always there to say, tutapatia kura nani. So in those groups, don't shy away if you're not in any group. Share, text me, I'll add you to a group. An active group where watu hawaja nyamaza huwa wanaongea. Then we have the Telegram link. Telegram is another messaging tool which is more versatile than WhatsApp because you can share documents, you can share videos, you can share discussions. We have the largest online platform for HR discussions in Kenya. That is the ACHRP group. Again, if you are not in the Telegram group today, I don't know. Let me see. Catherine Mwenda, are you on the Telegram group?
I am.
Catherine?
I am not. You can put me in, Dennis. I'm not in the Telegram group.
Okay, just WhatsApp me. I'll share with you a link.
Hello.
I'm saying I'll share.
Hello,
with
Dennis.
you. I can hear you.
Okay, fine. Sawa, sawa.
Very good. Now, if you're not in a Telegram group or a WhatsApp group, text me. And for those of you who participated today, and you are above one, you are between 100 and actually, those who have subscribed for this training, as of last night, walikuwa 150, 151. I don't know where the rest disappeared to today. So then I could see the group, the participants oscillating between 104 and so on. What I'm saying, ensure you are participating in those groupings. You are able to see what is happening currently in the HR field. For those who are looking for jobs again, we have the largest job portal at Job Connect. Again, ask me, I'll share with you the link. We post jobs in that portal, and I've received testimonies of people who've benefited by getting a job through that angle. Having said that, I want to open the floor to you. Say something. You can invite us for lunch. Yes, where our wedding ceremony. I like having an discussion with our people. Thank you. Maybe for those, if you want to talk, and mute yourself. Evelyn, Oliet. You can put your video on. Simon Boro. Oh, okay. Somebody has asked me to share the WhatsApp number. My number is 07. That is the number. That is the academy's number. It's a peace number. If you call that number at any time, it is open 24 hours. 0722 300 245. 0722 300 245. Regina Kamwenji, how are you?
I am fine, thank you.
Yes, say something.
How is everyone?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Yes, let me say something. Yeah, that this has been a very good session for sure, and very well done to our trainer, Dr. Serem. I would confess, I haven't been to another training where she has taken us through, and no, she's a bargain. She's a bargain. She's good at it. She's good at it. So thank you very much. Thank you to Dennis for reaching out to many of us and encouraging us to be part of this. And we appreciate the fact that your arms are open to embrace all of us. We really appreciate that. And you keep up with the good work. We are part of it. It can only get better as we get more and more knowledge. So thank you all. And we all have a blessed afternoon. Thank you.
Welcome. Someone else? By the way, you can put your video on so that you don't hide. Simon Boro, I want you to talk. Simon?
Simon here. Thanks a lot for the webinar. Very much appreciated. I'm still at but I was listening through. And I would like to say thank you very much for the webinar, Dr. Dennis. I hope the next webinar will be a continuation. So maybe Rhoda can join again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Dr. Rhoda Serem, you've had that request. We would want you to join in the next webinar so that you can, because HR balanced HR balance scorecard is a build up on HR metrics.
Yeah.
And there is no way you can delink HR scorecard to HR metrics. So there would be cross-cutting questions that both you and Dr. Karanja would come in handy to answer those questions.
Okay.
That is okay, Stanley?
It's okay. That's okay, Dennis.
Very good, very good.
That in fact that one will match very well metrics and the balance scorecard, which metrics comes where, so that you can be able to deliver to the profession.
Asante. John Maina, you want to say something? Yes, you.
Okay, thanks, Dennis. For me, it's just to comment on the webinar. I have done quite a lot as a young HR, and I hope I'm going to encourage even others to be doing it. It has been good, and thanks a lot. Though you blocked me from Telegram.
Oh, serious? Paul, you must have done something that was not good. Like now, because you I'm going to record you there. Now,
okay, no problem.
Very well. Charo Mutua, Patrick. You know, sometimes I suspect people log in to the webinar and they disappear because, yes, Patrick Charo, I've seen now you are back. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you. This happens to be my first day in these trainings, and I appreciate especially the presenter, Dr. Serem. This was an eye-opener, and we are looking forward for more interactions in the future. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. And somebody, Patrick, somebody has said, good to see you. I guess you work together somewhere. That's very nice.
Thank you.
Although the government said about social distancing, we will continue networking this way. And one reason why we had to buy a Zoom license was to enable people to interact freely. You can talk to one another, you can be seen, and we see what happens. Now, let me allow a lady to say something. Mire Njoguna? Mire? Mire Njoguna? I've seen. Diana Gitonga? Diana?
Hi, everyone.
Hi,
Hello.
hi to you, Diana.
Hello. Hi, yes, I'm so grateful. This has been one amazing session in regards to HR measurements and metrics. The in thing that young human resource like myself, I really want to get into and have a strong foundation in it, because being a HR business partner makes a lot of sense in the industry today. So Dr. You have done a really good job, and I'm happy to be in the session. Then thank you so much for arranging this. And I hope, as you've mentioned, you want to mentor our trainers, you have me on board. So let me know anytime you need me for any topic to prepare, I'll be available. So thank you so much, very insightful. I am one step higher than where I was. Thank you so much.
Diana, I've not seen you for a whole year, since August.
I am back with a bang.
We were at the HR Symposium last year in Nakuru, is it?
Yes, I missed this. This corona has made us not meet now. We need to arrange something.
Well, let's hope it ends soon.
Yes, yes.
Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you.
Miriam.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for the training, for the doctor. And my question is, what is the balance of one CBD?
Now, let me say this. Every time we are preparing for a training, we submit that to IHRM for perusal and award of CPD. CPDs belong to IHRM, all of them. The CPD we offer the CPD after approval. It is a rigorous exercise. Then they said, actually, that today's training, which was 6 hours, might be the last training with 2 CPD points. Reason being, they are the ones who came up with the standard. But then they are now questioning the rationale of having people sit online for 6 hours. They are saying, no, you should have broken that training into at least 2 sessions, that you do 3 hours today, then another 3 hours tomorrow. Now, having considered that, we realized not many people will be available to have a training today and tomorrow. So when we submitted the HR balanced scorecard, it was awarded 1 CPD points. We said, fine. I called them immediately. Then I asked them, how many hours should 1 CPD run? They said at least 3 hours. Although we had made a timetable for 6 hours, I asked the trainer to reschedule the timetable to accommodate 3 hours. That's why the webinar will start at 10 a.m. and end at exactly 1 p.m. So that hii webinar hata ya kuamka mapema saa 2 before taking breakfast, it's not good. So at least 10 a.m. will work. Thank you, Miriam. Zieli, Bella. Actually, if I call your name and then I realize you are not talking, I'll guess you are not even present. You left your phone, you logged in at 2 calls. Bella, and there is.
Dan, I'm here.
Yes, Bella. The last time I saw you was in November, is it?
Yes.
Naivasha Resort for the Labor Rules Compliance Summit.
Yes.
Karibu sana. Welcome back.
Thank you. And thank you for this training. It was really informative. Yeah, we're looking forward for more and more.
Karibu sana. Jogona. Ira Maina.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis, for organizing this informative training. I wanted to ask you about the training that is going to happen next weekend. You said you're supposed to log into AHRP, but I think that window is not working. Maybe you'll look at it, whereby you put in the code and then you submit.
Yes.
Yeah, kindly assist on that.
I will check immediately after this.
Okay.
Hinga. Margaret. Hinga, you are there? Margaret Hinga. Moses Kaemba. Doreen Jerry. Moses Kaemba. Yeah, okay.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you, Moses.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for organizing for this webinar. The training has been good. Thanks to Daktari. I followed, I've enjoyed. The only challenge at times I was losing the sound. I could not follow, but actually it's a nice training and I've enjoyed following everything that Daktari was presenting. So I look forward to attend the next one, the balance scorecard, so that I can tie the two together. Thank you so much.
Where are you, Kaemba?
Sorry?
Where are you logging in from?
This is Nairobi, somewhere near along Ngong Road. And I'm in Nairobi.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Doreen Jelly, you took off. By the way, you know I'm the principal of the academy. So I'm doing routine, I was doing roll call. The training is supposed to end at exactly 2. So this is feedback time. Wanjiro Duo, you're there? Boynet?
Yes, Dan, I'm here. Good
That is?
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you so much, Dan, and thank you so much, Daktari. I think that was a very informative session, and I have really learned a lot today. And I also want to appreciate Dan for the opportunity, even the way you have allowed us to, just be able to access these trainings with a much lower cost. Thank you even just for understanding the fact that some of us are really going through some financial challenges, especially now with COVID. And we appreciate the fact that we can continue learning despite what is currently stopping some of us from being able to maybe be out there and earn as before. I also want to appreciate the fact that there's going to be a follow-up training on the balance scorecard, and I am hoping and trusting that I'll be there. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Wanjiro. Thank you so much, Wanjiro Duo. And your feedback is very well taken. Now we go to Elima Kafiro. Nancy Sum, are you there? Audrey Lahendi. Audrey. Sarah and Sarah. Wow.
Thank you, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Mine is just to comment that the training was very insightful. Thank you, Dr. Serem. And I still have issues with HR models. So it's my belief that a training will be planned in future so that all this can be unpacked so that we're able to understand them more, and it will also assist us in bringing back the models into our own institutions. Thank you so much.
So exactly at 2, one can live at the, you can live at your own pleasure. Diana Getonga, you want to say something?
Yes, Dan. I have seen you're recording the training. Are you going to share the recordings with us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, now that you have mentioned that, this is to everyone now. If you log into your portal you go to view presentation. You would see the link of, you can alternate between viewing the presentation, the slides, and viewing the video, the webinar video. Now, we try to do that so that, I remember, if you've taken a course with us, those who started with us in 2018 can attest to this. You can still access your 2018 courses today. I don't know whether there is anyone who can affirm that you can still access.
Yes, that's true.
Very good. You can still access. You can still access the presentations you took in 2018, 2019, and now. And then the good thing with the webinar, with this recording, is that now we've brought the video functionality within the e-learning portal. You click view presentation, you would be alternating between video and the PowerPoint presentation. You can view both of them. And that will make your work and understanding very easy. You can imagine being able to view this training again slowly from the beginning to where we are, or to where we shall end the training. That is the good thing with, with having enrolled on the portal. And maybe at this one, you should not share with anyone. Sometimes, you know, this learning is for grown-ups. And when grown-ups wako kwa class, wako na a lot of other issues. I know some of us are parents. During this training, I remember my daughter said she wanted to go for a walk. So I had to get out and do some walking. And I know those who I'm calling, wanakataa kugogea, ni vile waliacha tu wamelogin, then they are doing some other duties. Why I'm saying that, you can still log into your portal and access the entire training of Dr. Serem from the beginning to where she concluded, including this chit chat we are doing. So it is essential for us to be to make use of the portal. By the way, of time and resources, trying to do what? Trying to ensure that that portal works seamlessly and that the HR professionals in this country can access the best trainers, the best materials at the least cost possible. And when I began, I told myself, then you are getting into this consultancy business, you're training. Don't get into this for money. Try as much as possible. Actually, training should be free. But since some of these systems have to be maintained, let's charge the least amount possible. Thank you. I was trying to answer the question, is the video available? Yes, it is. Immediately we conclude this training, my next task will be to upload the video for the training. We have 3 more minutes. Helen Ruto. Helen. Lilian.
Hi, Ben. Hello.
Ben. Okay, Helen. Helen Ruto.
Yeah, it was a good training. I appreciate Dr. Serem. And yeah, thank you, Dan, for organizing for this. Looking forward.
I think I prefer reversing.
Ella. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would want Eileen Kizeka to say something. Eileen Kizeka, you are there? Say something.
Hi, you can hear me?
That is Irene? Yes, we can hear you, Irene.
Yes, it is. This is Irene. First of all, thank you. I appreciate. I must admit the 8:31 is a wake-up call for many of us, but it's very, it gives you a reason to wake up early on a Saturday. Daktari is amazing. She was my supervisor when I was doing my diploma, and yeah, she understood uzee na kazi. So thank you, Daktari. I'm looking forward to the balanced scorecard. It's something that I look forward to, especially now during this Corona session. People are almost wondering, do we still push for performance? And yet, life is as it is. So for me, I really want to get that balance of, yes, we need to perform. I don't know whether we have anything on mental health. Because I think that's something that I know people are speaking about out there, especially with us guys in HR, because you're there, you're in the office and you're telling guys, I still want you to perform, but the mental state is not exactly the right thing. So I would really love if we could do something on mental health. That would be nice. But again, thank you very much. As for the offers, Aki, thank you very much. Some of us, we are thoroughly enjoying the offers. Like someone said, we are all in a financial situation. Okay, not all, some of us. And the offers are coming in very handy. So asante sana, and God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, to say something on what Irene has just brought in, Dennis, on the issue of mental health, is actually very critical at this time, because we are going through so many challenges that we are not able to manage, and we need to see how we can even support, because this is something that is challenging across the board. I remember one of my friends, she's a lawyer by profession, but the husband is a doctor. At this time, there's so much exposure out there to them, especially being the frontline staff in the health sector. So because of the nature of the husband, so the lady said, I want to go to the village with my kids because I don't want to get corona. I don't want my kids to get corona. And you as my husband, you are so exposed. So the Muslim was like, no, just be around. I don't think anything will happen and all that. Unfortunately, recently the husband tested positive for COVID. And she was required to take everybody to the clinic for testing, all the kids. They have 3 kids and the house girl. And so the girl was tested, the house girl was tested, she went out, and when it was her turn, she has 2 small babies. I think because of the risk and the stress and all that, she was unable to remember the names of her children. She only remembered one child. The rest, she says she doesn't know. And actually, she was telling me she really tried to say, now what are the names of these ones? But she couldn't remember even one word, one name. So it really happens. I think we are going through so many things, and Irene, as she said, we are going through so much stress, especially when you are told now COVID, you are hearing it from far, now it is here. It can really destabilize you, and we really need that training for mental stability, especially around this environment that we are in. You can even forget your own name, leave alone for your children. Thank you.
Thank you. Irene, you can continue on what you are saying.
Mi nimemaliza. Nimemaliza. Thank you, Dan. Thanks.
Irene, why are you not putting your video on? All right. Lilian, I want you to say something. Lilian was. Lilian. Okay, Rachel. Kitiku. Esther Obita. Esther.
Hi, Dan. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Esther.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity again to say hi. The webinar was awesome. Thank you, Dr. Serem. I learned a lot on HR measurements and metrics. Looking forward to the next training for next week. As I said earlier, I don't know whether you can also put in the presentation that you're going to share, Dr. Serem, in regards to the mathematical formulas for that we have to do when to calculate the mathematical formulas that we need to share when you're calculating the measurements, the HR measurements of different disciplines. So I don't know whether that's going to be possible. It would really help. Otherwise, thank you very much. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you.
Catherine Nganga, Advance Esther Obita, thank you so much. Lorna Kiselo. Yvonne Becker. Monique. So, yes, Yvonne.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm grateful to have participated in this training, though I came in late, so I think I've missed a bit of information. Thank you, Daktari, for the great presentation, and I wish you all a lovely weekend.
And for your information, Yvonne, you've not missed a lot. If you log into your portal, you go to view presentation, you'll be able to access the video, all of it from the beginning to the end.
Okay.
Thank you. And now, unless there is someone with a burning issue, it is 5 minutes or 6 minutes past 2 p.m. And this brings us to the end of today's training. As I said earlier, remember to log into your portal and enroll for today's training if you had not done so. You can
Excuse
access.
me, Dan.
Yes. Who is speaking?
I had not participated in the poll because I wanted to go through the entire session.
Yes.
And currently it is not active. I had requested if you could change my status to an attendee before you before we leave the meeting so that I can be able to give my feedback. Thank you.
Wonderful. I will do that immediately before. That is 10 duo.
Yes, thank you.
And I have made you I've changed your status to an attendee. You can be able to vote. Evelyn Ochieng, you're there?
Dennis, I'm also not able to vote. You made me a panelist.
You know, I was giving you high status, eh?
Thank you. And continue.
Hello.
Yes, hi, Evelyn.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
The course was really informative. I learned so much about HR metrics, and I can't wait for next week's training because it's really informative and we are learning a lot. Thank you so much for Dr. Serem for the training. We really appreciate.
Welcome, Evelyn, and thanks for that feedback. There is someone I'm looking for, Audrey Rahedi. Faith Naika. Masemalinda, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you very much for the session. It was really informative. Thank you so much, Daktari. Thank you so much, Dan. It's really good, and we really appreciate also the offers, just as one of my colleagues have mentioned. We really appreciate even you just also keep You keep on reminding us about the trainings and what. So I will say kudos and good work.
Thank you, Mase. Sunday Omolo.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Sunday.
Just once again to say thank you to Dr. Serem. We really appreciate, but again, just the request on breaking all this down. It's a very detailed topic. That obviously requires more time just to go through, but we really appreciate.
You are very much welcome, and thanks a lot, Sunday. Thanks for that feedback. Let's move on to. I wanted Bella to say something. Bella Sieli. Betty Boynet. Mariamu. Oscar. P. Oscar.
Hi, Dan. I can't participate in the poll. I think I am a panelist.
I've made you an attendee now.
Thank you.
Yes, Oscar. Oscar. Oscar, you want to say something? Okay, Oscar, that is awesome. Then we go to Jimna.
Well, good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, Jimna.
Yes, I would just like to thank Dr. Serem. This is my first time I'm attending such a webinar, and it is quite educative. I'd also like to thank you, Mr. Is it Ben or Dan?
My name is Dan.
Dan.
Yes,
oh, Dennis. Okay. I'd also like to thank you, and also CHRP for assisting us with the offer, with the 1,000 offer. It's quite educative. Hope to see you next Saturday.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. Kafiro. Chege. And by the way, you realize that speaking in a webinar is it's very simple and very easy to communicate. For those who are still remaining, those interested in conducting training, let me know. I will set a training for you, then we see how it works. So once again, thank you for participating in today's webinar. Until next weekend on Saturday 22nd, I would want to say goodbye. Have a wonderful afternoon. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe and be good. Don't do anything that you shouldn't do. And so fail.